udaba lokuthandazela ngaphakathi nelokuzikiza. Singahlala phansi. Does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? Honorable Prince.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move without notice that the Council notes with utmost appreciation the implementation of...
Honorable Prince. Notice of a motion. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council knows that the Western Cape High Court has struck off the EFF urgent application to have the National Assembly Speaker interdicted from using the rules to address their continued disregard of the rules and the decorum of Parliament during today's sessions on questions to the President. That further notes that the EFF also wanted to have the question session postponed until the Speaker had given the court an assurance that there will be no violence against any opposition party's MP for anything they say in the National Assembly, irrespective of their utter disturbing actions. To willfully and with contempt show utter disrespect and contempt to the institution of Parliament. As a cornerstone of our democracy and the will of the people of South Africa, who voted us to represent them. Further notes that the EFF urgent interdict was not only frivolous and contemptuous out of Parliament, but also based on their misguided perception of the stature of the Parliament, and that their action undermines it through their hooliganism, which they purport to be correct. And take this opportunity to express its profound support to collective leadership of Parliament and all the efforts that Parliament has implemented to restore and protect the dignity and the image of our Parliament from the people who are hell-bent in undermining everything that this Parliament stands for.
Your time has expired. Your motion will be printed in the
Thank you, Chair.
on the next order paper. Honorable Mikalakis, why are you standing?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. Just for clarity, are we busy with notices of motions or motions without notice? Because that clearly wasn't
notice of a motion.
Then, Honourable House Chairperson, I respectfully just would like to indicate that that wasn't a notice of a motion.
I've already made a ruling about that one. Honorable Motlashuping.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council, 1, knows that last Thursday, the 12th of May, marked a year since the death of a veteran of our struggle for liberation and freedom. Istwalandwe, Siaparangwe, Mama Mme Ruth Mompati, who died at the age of 89 after a short illness on the 12th of May 2015. 2, takes this opportunity to pay homage.
Honorable Labuskagan.
Order. This is not a motion with notice. This is a motion without notice.
Let me order members. Take your seat, Honorable Mtlashuping. Let me sustain the point of order by Honorable Labuskagan. You are correct. That is a motion without notice. Honorable members, does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? Honorable Labuskagan.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move with notice that this House debates the sustainability and socio-economic impact of the Waste Management Act on South Africa with specific reference to the practice of buying and selling waste from other countries. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to move a motion without a notice? Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that Council notes that various former DA councillors from Mangaung, such as Ernest Toby, Hendrik Minnie and Mpuse Mokone, joined the ANC's sinking ship with fanfare this weekend. Toby and Mokone were expelled and reprimanded by the DA last month for mobilizing members along racial lines, and the idle Minnie was unhappy about his position he received on the candidates list. The DA welcomes this move, where the lazy, bitter, and racist are actually joining the midst of the ANC. Notes that although we would have given Toby, Minnie, and Mokone away for free, the ANC could at least have had the decency to pay for their own backing boards for the event's posters instead of stealing the DA's property. This is theft. Finally, that Council notes the right of every citizen to associate with a political party of their own choice within a democratic society, and we wish them well as we say good riddance. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Makue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with profound sadness and grief the death of Warrant Officer Muzwandile Joel Sitole, who died last Friday, the 13th of May 2016, while on official duty in Juba as part of an advanced security detail which had been deployed to Juba to prepare for the working visit of Deputy President Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa to South Sudan. Further notes that the Deputy President is visiting Juba as part of our government's efforts to consolidate unity within the ranks of the ruling Sudanese People's Liberation Movement with a view to sustain lasting peace and stability and to lay a basis for the post-conflict reconstruction and redevelopment for the benefit of the people of South Sudan. Further notes that our government has been working tirelessly around the clock in conjunction with the government of South Sudan to ensure the repatriation of the mortal remains of Warrant Officer Sitole back to his home at the latest by today. And arrangements were made for the members of the bereaved family of Warrant Officer Sitole to fly to Juba yesterday to assist in the repatriation process. We take this opportunity to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family of Warrant Officer Sitole, whose death remains a clear indication of his resolute commitment to serve South Africa. Our thoughts and prayers are with his widow, Sibongile Sitole, the entire Sitole family and friends during this moment of their lives, conscious of the pain and sorrow that the untimely death of their beloved son has brought to bear on their entire family. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Terry Planche.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House commend all the institutions and people in the private sector who are involved in the tourism industry for the splendid work that they are doing to increase the number of tourists visiting our country, subsequently earning the country much needed foreign exchange to boost the economy and ultimately creating jobs. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mtetwa.
I hereby move without notice that the council note with utmost appreciation the arrest of over 500 people during a weekend crime prevention blitz in Cape Town, which netted illegal firearms, drugs, counterfeit goods, and lead to the arrest of several fugitives wanted for serious crimes such as murder. Further note that more than 220 of those arrested in the Nyanga cluster policing precinct were rounded up for dealing and possession of drugs such as heroin, dacha, menres, crystal methamphetamine, commonly known as TIC, and that this raid led to the discovery of 6 unlicensed firearms and the arrest of 88 suspects that were wanted for crime, ranging from murder, attempted murder, hijacking, dealing in liquor, crime against women and children, possession of stolen and hijacked vehicles, possession of housebreaking implements and stolen property, and take this opportunity to commend the police for their sterling work and the decisive intervention to wage a concerted war against crime, to raid out street and concern of heartless and selfish criminals that continue to hold our people captive. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable DiPierre.
Honorable Chairperson, I here move without notice that the Council notes with utmost concern the increasing number of laser pointers at aircraft. Further notes that this year alone the Civil Aviation Authority recorded 105 incidents of laser pointers, most on flights that are landing at OR Tambo International Airport, King Shaka International Airport, and Cape Town International Airport. Further notes that this dangerous practice, flashing lasers at aircraft, usually happens during the critical phases of a flight, such as during the takeoff or landing. Takes this opportunity to condemn in the harshest possible terms such irresponsible, dangerous, and reckless practice that continue to compromise the safety of aircraft in the country, and calls on the Department of Transport to educate our people about the dangers of laser pointers to aircraft and legal consequences for the people who are caught flashing lasers at aircraft. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Isaac.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a motion without notice that the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, better known as MEGA, has once again put out a tender for a consultant to conduct an organizational realignment, despite having paid 28.5 million rand to Deloitte in 2014 for a restructuring program that has yielded 0 results. It is clear that MEGA is without direction and vision, and this is a clear abuse of public funds by the CEO, Mr. Kola Sitole, and his board of directors. This confirms the DA's position that this agency needs to be dissolved with immediate effect. We will continue to put pressure on this government to do away with this ineffective agency in Mpumalanga. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Lund?
Honourable Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion with a notice, noting that in 1980, an event occurred in Limpopo, and today is the 36th birthday of the Honourable Bayer Smith, that the House congratulate Bayer Smith on his birthday.
Is there any objection to the motion? Order, members. In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Motara?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that Council notes with utmost concern the burning of the Sanlam Auditorium, the 24-hour study center, and e-labs at the University of Johannesburg's Kingsway campus. Further notes that this incident will not only cost the university millions of rands, but also affect the provision of essential educational services and facilities to students at the university, and takes this opportunity to condemn in the harshest possible terms the burning of the auditorium and the study center at UJ as nothing but a senseless and hideous act of irresponsibility. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Zwane?
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that Council 1 notes the decision taken by the South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC, to implement a 90% quota for local music to be played on all 18 SABC-owned radio stations as of the 12th of May 2016. 2, Council further notes that the groundbreaking decision by the public broadcaster follows an important and successful consultative process with various representatives of the music industry throughout the length and breadth of the country. And thirdly, Council takes this opportunity to commend the SABC, particularly its management and board, for such a decisive decision, which will go a long way to empowering South African artists and consequently promoting the African culture locally and to the rest of the world. I so move.
In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Honorable Singh?
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes the discovery of a high-tech Dhaka manufacturing lab at the mansion in Durban, Brighton Beach, which is also known as the Millennium's Mile. Further notes that a 57-year-old man was arrested for the Dhaka lab and in being possession of hydroponic Dhaka plants valued of over 100,000 rand with an unlicensed firearm and ammunition. This Council takes this opportunity to congratulate the police for their vigilance and hopes that this arrest will send a clear, strong message to other criminals, especially the drug dogs and peddlers, that the long arm of the law will eventually catch up with them sooner or later. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mohai?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that the House knows that on Saturday, the 14th May, the people of the Free State and in particular Mangaung, braved the cold weather to witness the launch of a manifesto at the provincial level, Botshabelo Kaizer Sebotelo Stadium. This was led by Comrade President Jacob Zuma and the chair of the ANC in the province, Comrade Makashule. The people of the Free State reaffirmed their commitment and support to the organization of the people, the ANC, that it is only through the ANC that their lives will change for the better. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In light of the objection, the motion may not be proceeded with. The motion without notice will now become notice of a motion. Order, members. We now come to the motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
House Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hereby move that the Council, in concurrence with the National Assembly, extends the deadline by which the ad hoc Joint Committee on the appointment of board members to the National Youth Development Agency be extended to the 26th of May, 2016. I move accordingly, Chair.
As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to, as the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. I shall first ascertain whether all delegation heads are present. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. I shall do this in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, agree.
Free State.
Free State, iyadumela, Honorable Chairperson.
Gauteng.
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu Natal.
Agrees.
Limpopo.
Limpopo, iyadumela.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest. Western Cape. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the first. Honorable Labuskakhan. Honorable Van Lingen, sorry.
Honorable Chairperson, I do, however, take it as a compliment. I sent a letter for an urgent motion to the Chairperson this morning to be published on the order paper. To date, it is not on the order paper. It was handed in and it was referred to the, a notice came to say it was referred to the Chief Whip's office. Now, how do I get an urgent motion when it's handed in on time and it's not on the order paper? Can I read my motion? It is, I submitted it in terms of Rule 81.
No order. Take your seat, Honorable Chief Whip. You can take your seat. Let me address it. You know what is the procedure. And you know how to handle motions. I'm not going to allow the House to degenerate and discuss the procedure. The office that has been subjected to, let that office deal with it to finish. I'm not going to take that position and subject it to a discussion of the House. Let's allow the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
So you don't know what the motion is all about. You understand that it's an urgent motion that has been sent to the office of the Chairperson as a motion of urgency in terms of Rule 81, and you reject it just like that, without knowing what it's all about.
Honorable Van Lingen, I'm not rejecting anything. I've got a procedure in front of me as a presiding officer. I'm using what is in front of me as a guide for what we're supposed to be discussing. And I'm saying anything that is not part of what we're supposed to be engaging on as a house has to be subjected to the relevant office so that it can be processed accordingly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not rejecting anything. Let's allow the secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration
Sorry, Secretary. Honorable Labuskakhan.
I just want to refer you to Rule 81, an urgent motion directly concerning the privileges of the council takes precedence over other motions and over orders of the day. We put in a motion according to Rule 81 to the chair of the National Council. Therefore, it was referred to the Chief Whip's office, so we want an answer on the procedure. We cannot just continue because it's not in front of you.
Let me assist you. It is very problematic if you are going to go to a rule and read it selectively. The very same rule, if you look at it, it's saying a notice of a motion with the chairperson of the council may decide. May decide. It means the chairperson has not yet decided. So I don't see any wrong with what we're doing. That is why I'm saying let's allow the secretary to read the first order of the day. I do have the very same rule in front of me. Secretary, read the first order of the day.
Consideration of Expropriation Bill B4D of 2015 and report of Select Committee on Economic and Business Development thereon.
Honorable Van Lingen.
In terms of what is now on the order paper, can we have the report, please?
Can we have what?
The report. We are discussing the bill and the report was not ATC'd. In fact, the ATC said, the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, having considered the subject of the Expropriation Bill so-and-so, referred to it, reports that it has agreed to an amendment bill so-and-so. Report to be considered. That report was never ATC'd and it was never published. So we don't know what the report is and we don't know the content of the report. So we cannot proceed until we get the report.
Honorable Van Lingen, we are dealing with the report of the committee. And the report is going to be presented.
No, you can't debate the report before it's ATC'd. How can a report be in the House and the committee hasn't seen the report? And it's not been ATC'd. It is floating somewhere. It has not been done.
Honorable Labuskakhan.
11th of May indicates on page 72 that the report is ATC'd, but then in the ATC, there's a sentence that said the report to be considered. That report has not been considered in the Select Committee, not on the 11th, not on the 12th, and neither today. So we can't debate the bill when the report has not been ATC'd and considered.
No, let me assist. The House is supposed to consider the report. The report has been, the bill has been dealt with by the committee. Now the House is supposed to be considering that report. And we're in that process now. What's your problem?
On a point of order, a report must be ATC'd before it is debated. Otherwise, how can we consider a report when we don't have time to read it? It must be an extensive report. It is a controversial bill. Let's just be reasonable and follow due process.
My problem is when you are subjecting me to deal with the details of the report, because we're supposed to be considering the report. And now you are alleging that is a controversial one. And I've been made to understand that is a Section 76 bill. Let's allow Honorable Labuskachen.
On a point of order, you want to enlighten us and you want to give us guidance. Our request is, we are considering the report in this House. That report was never ATC'd. In the ATC, as I already said, on the 11th of May, it said the report is being tabled, but it also stated in the ATC that it has to be considered. The report has not been considered. Nobody in this House read the report. We cannot vote on the report that we didn't read. So where is the report? If you can find the ATC of the 11th of May with the report published in it, we can consider voting on it. If you cannot find that, the House cannot continue. That is the rules of this council.
Yeah, no, let me assist. I hope I'll be very clear this time. The report is to be considered by the House. And the Honorable Ntebe, the Secretary has read the first order of the day. Honorable Ntebe is supposed to come and present the report so that it can be considered by the House. Honorable Ntebe, can you present the report? Honorable.
This report, this motion on this order paper says, a report and a bill. Now, we have to have the report ATC'd printed so that each and every person and the public could read that report. That report has not been published in the ATC. We cannot consider this report now with the chair reading it us to now. I don't have a report in front of me. We cannot continue with this. I suggest that you, as the chair, take a break, caucus, and come up with a decision, because this House is not within the rules as explained in this rule book. We cannot continue.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. Surely the order paper was given to members before the House sat, and our learned colleagues have read through, noticed the loophole. They should have called our attention at the right time. Thank you.
You can't call a point of order on top of a point of order. Can you allow me to make a ruling? Honorable Van Lingen, I'm still presiding. Can you take your seat? What we're doing is not something new. We have Honorable Ntebe that will be presenting the report. And it's going to be considered by the House. And it's him who will explain what happened, what's happening. And What I have in front of me, the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, having considered the subject of the Expropriation Bill, it has agreed to an amendment bill, and the report has to be considered. As we're speaking, it has not yet been considered by the House. That's what we're trying to do. Honorable Van Lingen, you are recognized. Yeah, you are recognized.
In terms of the argument of the Chief Whip, now, who said our honorable learned members did notice that this report was not published like any other report that we have to read or debate in the House. Now, first of all, this is a Section 76 piece of legislation which we should debate and not just submit in a report and vote or speak on in a small declaration of 3 minutes. And if the table has stopped talking to you, then I can continue with what I want to say. I have not finished.
Continue.
So the Honorable Chief Whip said that we didn't notice what was on the order paper. We exactly did that. So we submitted an urgent motion in terms of Rule 81, which will have priority over all other motions and then must be published on the order paper, which was not done. So in terms of that, we want to submit the fact that this bill cannot be debated today in terms of several issues around the bill, other than even the report that was not published and submitted to us. You see the table staff or the committee staff run around in the House before sittings, quickly putting reports on our tables as to present a report before we debate anything. Here you want to force a bill through irregularly and unprocedurally because it suits you to push it through. Chairperson, we cannot go on like this. It is our duty as the National Council of Provinces to actually fulfill our mandate on legislation. It is not going to be the right thing to just rush this through and not stick to the rules. The more mistakes we make, the more stupid we look in this House.
Can you take the seat, Chief Whip? The temptation is that if somebody is calling a point of order, and then you respond to the point of order, and that's not what I'm saying. Let me be very clear, and I'll try to be very slow. What we're doing now is not something that we're going to be doing as the National Council of Provinces for the first time. We've done it before. If I can remind you, on the 11th, when we're dealing with the one of small business and development, that was the same procedure. And now you want to, being a presiding officer, you want to subject me to the debate of what happened to the committee, telling me the illegal processes. Let's allow Honorable Ntebe to present, and then provinces are going to have the opportunity to do that. I'm not going to subject myself to what you want me to do. As I'm presiding, I'm being guided what was agreed upon, that is in my table. Honorable Ntebe. Okay, take your seat, Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. You are not only the officer presiding of this House today, but you are also the Deputy Chair in management of the committees. So you have two hats on your head. So it is your responsibility, and you should have known that this report has not been 80 seat. So therefore, this House can put to you to rule, because you should have known that this report is on a bill, a 76 bill, where the provinces has a right to be enlightened, and as a province in the Western Cape, I didn't see that report. It was not 80 seat, I cannot vote on it. And when the chairperson is standing up here in the House today, reading the report to me, I cannot object, I cannot have a discussion with him, I cannot interject, I cannot do anything like that. So it takes away my privilege, or Honorable Lond's privilege, sitting on the committee, to do exactly that, and to change and influence and make sure that the report is a real reflection. So therefore, I honorably ask you, let us leave this motion to the rest of later today, and or do it tomorrow, and get the report to the members of this House. That is as easy as that. Thank you.
Honorable Labuskagan, the issue of provinces dealing with their declarations, it's allowed, and we haven't even come to that. Now let's allow Honorable Ntebe to continue and present. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. The officer presiding, Chief Whip, members of the House, special delegates that are here today, the ministries that are here with us. Chair, I'm presenting the report of the Select Committee. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is adopted and celebrated by many, domestically and globally, recognize expropriation as an essential mechanism for state to acquire another's property for public purpose or in the public interest, subject to just and equitable compensation being paid. Because we are a country based on egalitarian ethos, a constitutional democracy based on the rule of law, here in this country, the Constitution has adopted reigns supreme over all of us, and the courts are final arbiters of legality. The Expropriation Bill before the House today, Chair, seeks to repeal the Expropriation Bill Act 63 of 1975 and all subsequent amendments because we need to ensure compliance and consistency with the constitutional provision, as crisply captured in the Constitution Section 25. Given the absence of uniformity within all spheres of governments, which have the power to expropriate properties through various pieces of legislation, there is a dire need to ensure uniformity, and this is exactly what Expropriation Bill seeks to do, without interfering with the powers of the expropriation bodies. We need a common framework to guide the procedure for expropriation of properties by organs of state, and this is what the bill is affording us. Consultation as a defining feature of the bill stands out as a colossus. We shall indeed remain true to consulting our people in decision-making processes. The expropriation body is directed through this bill, Chair, that before any expropriation takes place, there should be a need for such expropriation to be determined. That will be followed by a tangible proof of public purpose or public interest. This directive by the bill comforts us that expropriation cannot be arbitrary, nor can never be willy-nilly. Quite comforting is Chapter 6 of the bill, which explicitly affords the parties involved a recourse path guaranteed for those who are aggrieved by the process to find solace in the rule of law. If the disputing party does not derive any joy from the mediation process, which is part of the bill, as a disputing party, the disputing party is empowered to refer the matter to a competent court. This does not preclude any party from approaching a court on any other matter relating to the application of the bill. We are confident that such a competent court will declare null and void, invalid, and of no force any application of the bill that is not consistent with the prescripts of the bill nor the Constitution. We are confident that we are all standing up for developmental agenda that we pursue and ensure that there's better life for all. And only through that we can be able to achieve what everybody commits to working together. In an expropriation bill adequately appreciates the constitutional imperative, and we all know that we celebrate Constitution commits us to all celebrate the property, that property cannot be limited to land. And this is captured explicitly in the Constitution, Chair, that property cannot be limited to land. and any other view that wants to apportion that property relates to land, that view is not adequate. Honorable Chair, allow me to quote Mary Shelley, open quote, "If I cannot inspire love, I will cause fear," close quote. Those who cannot find any fault in the expropriation bill have chosen not to inspire love but to cause fear about the expropriation bill. What I call a lost opportunity to demonstrate willingness to support the developmental agenda of our own people. Honorable Chair, this is the best of time, and indeed the worst of time. It is the best of time before us because there stands an opportunity for us to move along in unison and ensure that the developmental path of our own people is not derailed, irrespective of the difference that we have. This is the time that we should be solidly agreeing that there is a way to go. Honorable Chair, it's indeed on the flip side of the coin that the worst of time become because others among us have chosen to project the expropriation bill as a boogeyman, scaring away those who should be standing with us in appreciation of the goodness of the bill. Honorable Chair, I want to make a safe assumption that we are all for unity and development of our own people. If my assumption is correct, those who strive on fueling pessimism and fear of the unknown should be isolated as we march along. We call upon optimistic men and women of this great country to never dwell on negativity, but embrace the necessary change in pursuit of the future so bright. We shall reap the rewards of a developing country, developed as a concept has already been created. The doubting Thomases will go to the buzzing word, "You don't stop," because others chose to dwell in restoring and maintaining skewed developmental patterns. Honorable Chair, allow me to quote again Mary Shelley when he says, "The beginning is always today." Honorable members, let's embrace this groundbreaking era that we all define our developmental agenda as we move forward. Chair, the report is as we present before the House, we received 8 mandates all in all. 7 of the mandates, we received 8 mandates in exclusion of Limpopo. All the 8 mandates that we received, 7 of them agreed. The final mandate said we agreeing to the report, and 1 mandate said we don't support the report. This is the report that we processed in the committee, a fully fledged committee meeting that agreed, and we processed the final mandates and all the final mandates observed the protocol of the Mandating Procedure Act of 2008. We have proof, Chair, that those who were presented in the committee, they were given proof of such. All the members who are members of the select committee, they have that. Honorable Chair, we want to submit that from the word go when this bill was submitted to the NCOP, all provinces were briefed after the report was processed after the draft bill was processed in the select committee. All the provinces were briefed. All the provinces went on a massive consultation process. We received the negotiating mandate from the provinces. The negotiating mandate were in observance of the Mandating Procedure Act of 2008. We processed the negotiating mandates, and the final mandates were received. We also processed it. I hereby stand here and report on behalf of the Select Committee Chair that the 7 mandates that we received final agreed with the bill, and therefore the bill was agreed to. Thank you.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Honorable declaration of provinces.
Honorable Chair, may I please address you first?
Honorable Labuskakhan.
Are we voting now on the report or on the bill, or on both?
We are doing declaration on the bill. It's a Section 76
Person read the report.
are we voting on the report? The report has been tabled today for the first time. So are we accepting the report, voting on it, or are we going directly to the bill? Because I am very confused about the procedures in this House today.
Honorable Labuskakhan, I indicated that now we are expecting declarations of provinces. Let me indicate that we are not going to be voting on the report. We'll be voting on the bill, not on the report. Honorable Van Lingen.
This report, no matter how flawed it is, because it doesn't refer to a minority report at all, which was submitted. The first bit is absolutely political. The second bit, I don't know if he's got it in writing, but we will have to ask Hansard for a full written report on what has been said, because there's no reference to a minority report. There's no reference to the fact that he started the meeting on the one day and then pushed it over to the next day to wait to solicit more final mandates. Chairperson, we must be able to object to this report. It cannot be accepted like that. And I would certainly like to then submit a minority report which was tabled in the office of or in the meeting before we started.
I've said it twice that this is a Section 76 bill. The second thing, there is no provision for minority provision when processing bills. I think you know that very well, Honorable Van Lingen. And now I'm requesting declaration by provinces. If you have declarations from provinces,
on the same point of order, if you were referred and we said we are not doing something different in this House today that we haven't done before, which is debatable, because on the DORA bill, we raised the same point. That bill was also not published in the ACT. From the morning we raised it to the afternoon when we entered the chamber, the report has been published and was put on the desk of each and every member in this House. Then we continued. I just refresh your mind. Then, in every report in this House, on every bill, the provinces agree on the report or not, and then we vote on the bill. Now, if the report has not been accepted and parties didn't have, or provinces didn't have the opportunity to table a minority report on a 76 bill, this House is taking away the opportunity of provinces to bring out how they feel about the bill. We cannot proceed with this in this way, because this bill cannot go through saying that the report has been accepted by each and every member in that committee, because that is simply not the truth. There is no urgency. There is nothing that prevents us to do this bill tomorrow when the procedures are correct, because the NCOP will get egg on the face again because we don't follow procedures.
Honorable Mutara.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you must really assist us. I think you ruled on the matter of the motion in terms of Rule 81, and you disposed of it. That's the first thing. In a Section 76 bill, it's provinces that are given mandates to their permanent members in the committee to confer voting rights on the bill. If it comes to the House, we must deal with it in that fashion. Appropriation bill is a money bill. It's a Section 77 bill. It's dealt with in a completely different manner. And Honorable Van Lingen is conflating the two issues and she's misleading the House. This is the Section 76 bill. On the ATC of the 11th of May, the report is there. If you read it word for word, unless they really wanted a repeat print of the bill, which is listed in the report. But you've dealt with the issue of the substantial motion, which is not going to take us further. Can we please proceed, vote on the Section 76 bill the way we always do? There's no minority view in a Section 76 bill unless it is reflected in each province's report.
I now allow provinces an opportunity to do declarations. Honorable Van Lingen, we are not recognized. I'm allowing provinces to do declarations, not unless you are doing declarations on behalf of a province. Honorable Mtimunye.
Honorable Chair, we are dealing with a very important principle here, and I think everything must be recorded. There may be repercussions. Nothing that what Honorable Van Lingen has said is on record because her microphone was off. Can I request that she repeat it on record, please?
Honorable Harting, Honorable Van Lingen, it's not recognized. I said we are dealing now with declarations of provinces. I said she will be allowed the opportunity and the mic will be on. We are dealing with declarations of provinces. Honorable Mtimunye. She is not recognized. That is why the mic is off.
Before you disrecognized her.
No. Honorable Mikalakis, why are you standing?
Honorable House Chairperson, I would like to address you on Rule 171, if I may, please.
Continue, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you. The order paper of the day says consideration of the expropriation bill and the report. Now, Rule 1712 says that if it's not a unanimous report, which this was not, it says that in addition to the majority report, express the views of any minority concerned. This was not done. The minority view was not reflected. So it's not in terms of Rule 1712, and it can't therefore be in terms of the rules and the procedure.
Can you put your hand down? No, Honorable, I'm not recognizing you. We are dealing with a Section 76. Let me clarify it, Honorable Van Lingen. We are dealing with a Section 76 bill, and I expect heads of delegation to assist. On whose behalf are you speaking? Because that's where the problem lies. This is a Section 76 bill, and now we're dealing with declarations. Honorable Mtimunye.
The first point, Chair, the perpetual standing up of members of the DA.
Are you doing declarations?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
The perpetual standing up of the members of the DA on this matter is not only unbecoming from where I stand, it's also contemptuous to this House. Even after you made a ruling on this matter so many times. At the center of this thing, Chair, is not the procedure on the processing of this bill. It's the revolutionary nature of this bill, because it deals with Clause 25, the property clause of the Constitution. That is their problem. So they are playing monkey tricks. We have processed this bill in the committee, and many provinces have given us a mandate to deliberate on the bill, and they came back to us and gave us final mandates to vote in favor of the bill, with the exception of some provinces. And we have a record of the committee meeting minutes on that effect, to that effect, Honorable Chair. This bill repeals the old act of the 1970s. That is at the center of this contestation by members of the DA, and nothing about procedure.
These are declarations.
And Chair, this bill, Chair, is only not concentrated on the question of the immovable property, as Honorable Ntebe has made reference to. It also deals with intellectual property. It is on that basis, Chair, as Mpumalanga Province, that we want to support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Any other province?
Or the ANC?
It's a declaration of Mpumalanga. KwaZulu Natal.
Support the revolutionary bill.
Western Cape.
I want to do a declaration, Chair.
Go on and do the declaration.
Can I stand here? Must I go there?
Either way.
Honorable House Chair, one of the NCOP's main functions is to have an oversight role over legislation in terms of Section 68 and 72 of the Constitution. This bill is flawed substantially in terms of the Constitution and procedurally, not only in terms of the mandating procedure of the Provinces Act 2008, named the Act. In terms of this bill, the NCOP has failed in upholding its constitutional mandate of a representative and participatory democracy, accountability, transparency, and public involvement. Today's order paper requests this House to consider the report of the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development as per the ATC on the 11th May, page 72. But this respective ATC simply indicates report to be considered. This report has never been considered by the respective Select Committee. The Mandating Act says that in terms of the Constitution and Sections 5 and 7 of the Mandating Act, that the provincial legislator must provide a negotiating mandate when considering a bill after tabling and before consideration of final mandates. This did not happen. Legislative mandates are required from provincial legislatures in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution. The Select Committee only received 4 procedurally compliant negotiating mandates submitted on time on the 3rd of May 2016. On the 9th of May 2016, the Select Committee had only received 3 procedural compliant final mandates submitted on time. These were considered in the Select Committee on the 10th of May 2016. The interpretation of the Mandating Act is a final. Chairperson, this bill has lapsed and we should not be considering the bill in this House today. The Western Cape thus cannot support the bill.
Limpopo.
Re go leboge modulasetulo. Gae mo ke tswang gona Limpopo province. Ke bile ka boelela ga komiti nthoma gore ke ba tsebiše ka bile ke na le ba department. Sepedi le sona gape ke official language. Somebody saying English. Biale ke sepetse ba yamogetše. Ba yamogetše ba ithabela gore batho ba borena ba Limpopo ke kgale ba sokola. Bjale bilie e tlo re lokolla ka re ga mathata a ba lebeletše. Re bile le tumelelano ya mathomo ye be draftilwe ya gore Limpopo ya ithekga le ge le gore ka re ga yona re be re kgopela kudu re Limpopo gore magoši le ona a fiwe sebaka ba se ka ba lathelwa ka nte. Le ya mafelelo ye itileng ka 2 o'clock ye modulasetulo ke kola e bolela gore Limpopo a se ba ya former part ya tumelelano ye. Limpopo e dumetše ebile e ithekgile ka gore riele re tšwela pele ka yona bili. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chair. Eastern Cape fully supports the bill because time which was assigned to the province to look at the bill was enough and all the issues that were raised by our province were adhered to. Thank you very much.
Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. In Gauteng, what we did was to have about 5 city regions, meetings with members of the community, public meetings to which everybody was invited. And the overwhelming majority of people in that meeting gave us in Gauteng a mandate to vote in favor of the bill. Therefore, if we are taking our electorate seriously and the mandate that they're giving to us, we from Gauteng have no option but to support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Free State.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Free State re a e tshehetsa hobane e tla tlisa diphetoho ho batho ba futsanehileng hore ba fumane hore ba tla una dintho tse ngata ho yona. Re a e tshehetsa re le Free State.
Thank you. Northern Cape. Okay, Honorable Van Lingen.
The Free State did not put in a final mandate, nor can they put in a voting mandate. So is it then okay for them just to make a declaration like the honourable member has just done? Because they can't, the Free State cannot vote and bring out a voting mandate as it is now. It is unconstitutional and it's not according to the rules.
Honorable Van Lingen.
The translation or the interpretation of the Mandating Procedures Act, in particular, Section 5 and 7.
Honorable Van Lingen, there is a final mandate from Free State.
It was not submitted.
Honorable Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The Northern Cape, under the leadership of Premier Sylvia Lucas, fully supports the bill. We are of the view as the province that the bill will be able to change the lives of many South Africans and also be able to redress the imbalances of the past which were brought to our people by the then apartheid regime. I so move, Honorable House Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Northwest.
Puso ya bokoni bophirima mo tlase ga ketapele e tsepameng e itshegeleditseng ya ga rre Ramoeletsi Supra Mahumapelo le tshegetsa molao o tlileng go tokafatsa matshelo a batho ba rona ebe e dira gore batho ba rona ba itse gore melao e dirilweng ka nako tseo ke makadiwa ke mme o nkgwang yo ka gore molao wa 1975 o na seo mo pusong la re re dira constitution ba ne ba seo re dirile constitution re tsa matsapa ra go fetola matshelo a batho whether people like it or not. We are going to do that. Ra itshegetsa ngwana mme.
We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. I shall do this in alphabetical order per province. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape support the bill.
I shall do it per alphabetical order. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape agreed to the bill.
Free State?
Free State ya itshehetsa bill e.
Gauteng?
Gauteng agrees to the bill.
KwaZulu Natal?
KwaZulu Natal agrees to the bill.
Limpopo?
Limpopo e province ba re romile re ne le ditokelo tša go idumela ka gore yale kere ba e thega.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape agrees, Chair.
Northwest?
Northwest ya dumela modulasetulo.
Western Cape?
Western Cape votes against the bill.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Order number 2, policy debate on budget vote number 33, tourism appropriation bill, B3 of 2016.
Let me take this opportunity and invite the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable Hanekong.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. It is an honor to stand before you today to present the tourism budget for 2016-17. Tourism is a powerful driving force for economic growth. In South Africa and all around the world, tourism is an important earner of foreign exchange, a massive provider of jobs, and a powerful developmental tool. It is a catalyst for entrepreneurial opportunities and transformation. In 2014, 680,000 people were directly employed in the tourism sector, representing 4.5% of the total workforce. Honorable members, this is direct employment. If you take the entire tourism value chain, the sector supports 1.5 million jobs. The balance of trade from tourism has more than tripled from 10 billion rand in 2010 to 38 billion rand in 2014. The tourism sector is well placed to continue contributing to addressing our triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Furthermore, the value of tourism goes far beyond its economic value. It crosses the boundaries of diversity and brings people together. It is the best way to learn more about the world we live in, and it most certainly brings better understanding amongst people. South Africa offers truly unique experiences, and we have untapped resources in abundance. We have all the ingredients to be one of the world's top tourism destinations. All our 9 provinces are blessed with great attractions, beautiful landscapes, wildlife and biodiversity, leisure and adventure options, warm and welcoming people who are steeped in cultural tradition. This year's budget will be used optimally to ensure that our tourism economy continues to grow and to create tangible and lasting benefits for our people. We all know that tourism took a knock last year. Thankfully, though, by the end of the year, the clouds had started to lift. This year, we are seeing spectacular growth and recovery. January arrivals were up by 15% on last year, and February was 18% up. Tourists from the world's top source markets like China are finding it easier to get visas and are no longer deterred by the false fear of Ebola. The best news is that the positive effect of growth in tourism is most certainly felt by people living in communities in all our provinces. Those who come into direct contact with tourists in remote rural areas or in shops, restaurants, and hotels will feel the benefits of more business, more demand for their products and services, and more opportunity. And those who are not directly involved in tourism will benefit from the significant contribution that our sector makes to gross domestic product. The World Travel and Tourism Council estimates that tourism in South Africa will contribute over 380 billion rand to our economy this year. The success of the national tourism industry starts with success at every establishment that serves tourists. This is why much of our budget will go towards enhancing our attractions and training our people. We want to improve the experience of local and international tourists in our country. Just over a week ago, honorable members, Durban hosted our premier trade show in Daba. It attracted over 1,000 exhibits of the most diverse and compelling attractions from Africa and all our provinces. There were over 1,000 buyers from around the world. All our MECs for tourism were there to personally promote their provinces. I was also delighted, Chairperson, to see some of you there as well. Indaba showed how the people of Africa can come together and work together with a common goal. The United Nations World Tourism Organization forecasts that tourist arrivals in Africa will reach 130 million by 2030. I am convinced that we can do even better than this by making the right policy choices investing and marketing wisely, and collaborating with each other. Honourable members, our task is to get more tourists to visit our country through ever better marketing and by making it easier for people to come here. We must continuously improve our destination and enhance the visitor experience. We must invest in our people so that they are able to offer the best possible service. We must support our small businesses in particular because they are the mainstay of our tourism industry, and we must create opportunities for our own people to travel and experience our country and all that it has to offer. These are the things that we are working on. The budget, honourable members, is spread across all these important activities. We have an incredible country with a rich cultural and historical heritage. Working with various partners, the Department of Tourism is building on this natural and cultural heritage. Robben Island is without a doubt one of our country's most iconic sites. We are working closely with the Department of Arts and Culture and Robben Island Museum to make the visitor experience a more profound and unforgettable one. We are refurbishing the restaurant and visitor facilities and training guides to relate the powerful story of Robben Island with all its meaning and significance. We are also digitizing important historical records so that they are preserved for future generations. This year, we will also enhance 4 iconic national heritage sites that depict significant milestones in the life of our former President Nelson Mandela. The Nelson Mandela statues at the Union Buildings and Freedom Park in Gauteng, the Nelson Mandela capture site in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Groot Drakenstein prison in the Western Cape, where Madiba spent his last years of imprisonment on his own. This is where critical negotiations took place, which led to the unbanning of political parties and to his own release, and ultimately to the freedom we all enjoy today. The department has started with its energy retrofitting program and is assisting a number of our major destinations to convert to renewable sources. This will significantly lower their operational costs, contribute to our country's climate change commitments, and improve the image of our industry. Travelers are becoming more environmentally conscious, and they factor this into their travel choices. We intend to expand this program to the private sector in the course of this financial year. The department's social responsibility implementation program creates and improves tourism infrastructure in rural areas to boost the rural economy and benefit local communities. In the process, it also creates local jobs and develops the skills of our youth. This year, the SRI program will provide 7,000 work opportunities across our country. It should be said, though, honourable members, that many lessons have emerged during implementation of these projects. These lessons will guide the program going forward. We do have serious challenges in this program. I've instructed the department to urgently commission an independent evaluation to assess the impact, value for resources invested, governance and administration of these projects. We have started shifting the focus of our expanded public works program to 200 young people who will keep 50 blue flag beaches clean and safe. This is the beginning of our new Working for Tourism program, and it will be expanded during the MTEF period to include hiking trails and even some urban precincts. Our tourism industry is made up of thousands of small businesses. The support we are providing to small businesses through our enterprise development program is expanding through more training interventions and the setting up of tourism business incubators near Pilanesberg and the Kruger National Park. The department will also promote access to selected government-owned attractions through negotiated discounted rates. We want more South Africans to be able to afford to visit our botanical gardens, game reserves, World Heritage sites, and other places which have cultural and historic significance. This project will target learners, youth, pensioners, people with disabilities, and others who cannot afford to go to these places. Honourable members, domestic tourism is critical to the future of tourism in our country. SA Tourism has been allocated 110 million rand to promote domestic tourism this year. A media campaign has been launched, which includes a series of television commercials telling the stories of South Africans traveling for the first time and how much it means to them. Transforming the tourism sector is central to our aspirations for inclusive growth. The tourism industry was among the first to have its amended sector code gazetted last year. The new Tourism Charter Council will be tasked with developing transformative strategies as well as monitoring and reporting on the state of transformation in the industry. Honourable members, the success of tourism as a shared competency relies heavily on collaboration and alignment between all three spheres of government. This is absolutely essential. Local government is not only at the coal face of service delivery, but it also provides facilities and opportunities for tourism at the local level. If we want tourism to succeed, we must consistently improve our tourism offer with good infrastructure, effective signage, and a clean, safe, and secure environment. If we get these things right, tourism will grow and jobs will follow. Harmonization of policy and strategy is essential within government. We work closely with the Departments of Arts and Culture, Environmental Affairs, Sports and Recreation to promote our country. Our Departments of Tourism and Home Affairs continue to make good progress in addressing issues around ease of access. Together with the National Treasury, we have established several working groups with our industry partners that are addressing issues like destination improvement and skills development across provinces. Chairperson, I am very pleased that our MECs for tourism are committed partners in the tourism space. We put a great deal of effort into ensuring that our various tourism marketing agencies at city and provincial level work together to achieve our common tourism goals for the country. Honourable members, I appreciate the efforts of the many people who are contributing to the success of tourism every day. I thank Deputy Minister Xasa, Director General Victor Tarache, and the entire Department of Tourism, the Chairperson, Board, and staff of SA Tourism, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, and all our partners in industry for their support. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Chairperson of the Select Committee, the Honourable Edwin Makwe, and all the members of the committee. We appreciate your engagement and your guidance. If all of us in every sphere of government work together and join hands with our partners in industry, tourism will continue to make a significant contribution towards eliminating poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Makwe, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Trade and International Relations.
Honourable Chairperson and members, Honourable Minister Hanekom and Deputy Minister Xasa, MECs present, the leadership and board members of Tourism Business Council, also the board members of SA Tourism, our delegates from Salga. One do not need to congratulate a fish for swimming, but it is imperative that we congratulate the Minister, Deputy Minister, and Director General, Mr. Victor Tarache, of the National Department of Tourism for leading a winning team. The budget, annual performance plan, and strategic plan of the Tourism Department are so good and important to South Africa that we have no choice but to vote in favor of it. Members of the Select Committee received the plans and budget with the warmth that tourists are received in KZN, and unanimously supported its presentation to this august House. In preparation for this presentation, I asked myself 6 pertinent and strategic questions that we in government need to ask of any budget vote. Question 1 is, does the budget vote reflect funding of the policy priorities of the government and of the ANC that I'm a member of? And can this be traced to government programs and projects in the vote? The answer to this question, Chairperson, is an unequivocal yes. Job creation has been identified by this government as a policy priority. This priority can clearly and easily be traced to the projects of the Tourism Department. In the department's strat plan, the legislative and policy mandate is based on the Tourism Act, Act of 2014, Act number 3 of 2014, that aims to promote the practice of responsible tourism for the benefit of the Republic and for the enjoyment of all its residents and foreigners. The department strives for the effective domestic and international marketing of South Africa as a tourist destination. It is further committed to promote quality tourism products and services, and then finally to promote growth in and development of the tourism sector and to enhance cooperation and coordination between all spheres of government in developing and managing tourism. On visiting exhibitions during the recent Tourism in Daba, held in Durban from the 6th to the 9th of May, exhibitors themselves bragged about the jobs they are creating in the tourism industry. The small, medium, and middle enterprises were promoted as never before. Question 2 that we ask as government is, does the vote reflect a building of the capacity of the state? The National Development Plan recognizes tourism as one of the main drivers of employment and economic growth. The new growth part includes tourism as one of the 6 pillars of economic growth. The National Tourism Sector Strategy provides a blueprint for the tourism sector in the pursuit of growth, targets contained in the new growth part. By linking its annual performance plan to the above, the capacity of the state will undoubtedly be strengthened in the work of the Department of Tourism. But also note that the department conducts its business in a manner that creates public confidence in the state. This requires excellent systems for the management of public resources, ridding the system of any inefficiency and enabling oversight by institutions of the state in the interest of the public. That takes me then to question 3, Chairperson, which is, does the vote address issues of adequacy given the mandate of the Department of Tourism? Allow me to first indicate that the mandate of the Department of Tourism is linked to Vision 2030, and the mandate is the NDP is the 2030 vision for the country. It envisions rising employment, productivity, and incomes as a way to ensure a long-term solution to achieve reduction in inequality and improvement in living standards and ensuring a dignified existence for all South Africans. The NDP recognizes tourism as one of the main drivers of employment and economic growth. His Excellency President Zuma, in the State of the Nation Address 2016, made reference to the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Government has a 9-point plan to address these challenges, and the Department's of Tourism plan is in line with this plan, and also in line with the NDP. That takes me to question 4. Does the vote reinforce issues of equity? The department's strategic outcome-oriented goal is to increase the tourism sector's contribution to inclusive economic growth, and the Minister has spoken about that extensively. Tourism's contribution to the economy is measured by jobs created, contribution to the GDP, and revenue generated from tourism activity. Furthermore, as a services export sector, tourism is a significant earner of foreign currency. In the South African context, this growth should be underpinned by the principle of inclusivity to drive the tourism sector transformation. South Africa's tourism experience is unique. Township tours is becoming a sought-after experience. Such tours contributes towards dealing with the historic challenges of inequality. Question 5 then, Chairperson, is does the vote reflect principles of financial efficiency? The annual financial statements and the auditor's reports of the Department of Tourism over the last number of years affirm its financial efficiency. Unlike the DA's Western Cape, tourism is not producing unqualified audits only, but is also a game changer that creates a better life for both black and white South Africans, taking South Africa forward. That leads me to question 6, Chair, which is, does the vote reflect sensitivity towards enhancing gender equality? The majority of the citizens of this country are women. This, therefore, becomes a very important question. The department has program performance indicators, namely percentage of women representation in senior management services, representation for people with disabilities, and black representation. Women's representation in senior management services is not to fall below 50% in terms of their strategic plan. People with disabilities representation is not to fall below 3%, and black representation is not to fall between 91.5%. The baseline is that the Executive Development Program is developed to capacitate black women managers. The target is that 20 black women will be trained at an institution of higher learning through a customized executive development program. In close cooperation with the DTI, the Department of Small Business Development, the National Department of Tourism strives to incubate and build SMMEs in the tourism industry where black women are targeted as the key beneficiaries. And we have seen this at the Indaba in Durban. SA Tourism and the Tourism Business Council will build further on the broad-based black economic empowerment fundamentals in ensuring the economic empowerment of women. Question 7, Chairperson, is how does the vote deal with unemployment and poverty? I'll rush through the 6 points. First is, I will only refer to some of the department's strategic objectives. The first being to facilitate the development and growth of tourism enterprises. The second is to facilitate tourism capacity building programs. The third is to diversify and enhance the tourism offerings. The fourth is to reduce the barriers to tourism growth. The fifth is to enhance regional tourism integration. And then the sixth one is to create employment opportunities by implementing tourism projects. Let me return to the Western Cape. I recently read an article indicating that following Torino, Seoul, and Helsinki, Cape Town is the 4th city to be awarded the title of World Design Capital, an accolade bestowed by the Montreal-based International Council for Societies of Industrial Design, which charges a hefty fee to honor a different city with its logo each year. Cape Town has pumped around £3 million, multiplied by 20 to get the current rate, of public money into that year's design. There are crafts, but it's hard to tell quite where all the cash has gone. There are crafts, fairs aplenty, showcasing fine ceramics and bespoke furniture, and open studios demonstrating broadcasting and elaborate taxidermy, but most of the funds appears to have been directed at a launch event in London, and I hear the honorable member when she said 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yes, they'll produce a clean audit on wasted public money. So when they talk about a clean audit, we must look at where the money has been spent. It's public money that has not been spent to the benefit of the people of this country. On the other hand, the funds allocated to the National Department of Tourism budget will move South Africa forward and offer hope. It will offer a better life, and it will offer decent livelihoods to all South Africans. Therefore, I have the privilege of proposing acceptance of the National Department of Tourism budget.
Agbare Faba.
Geagte voorsitter, minister en agbare lede van die NRVP. Dit is in Engels National Council of Provinces. In die finansiële jaar is daar 'n begroting van 2 miljard ter tafel gelê. In 2015 was daar 'n afname in toerisme-industrie van 6.8% gewees. Intussen het 'n opwaartse kurwe weer hoop gebring dat toerisme weer sy regmatige plek in ons land se ekonomie kan inneem. Minister Hanekom moes maar die beste van 'n slegte saak maak, maar ongelukkig was die skade wat aangerig was te groot en het dit effektief duisende Suid-Afrikaners se werk gekos in die toerismebedryf in 'n reeds sukkelende ekonomie. Onthou, vir elke 12 toeriste wat voet aan wal sit in Suid-Afrika, skep dit 1 werksgeleentheid. Minister Hanekom, dit laat my nogal dink aan die storie van die African Grey papegaai. Jy weet, sy eienaar leer hom om eendag dag vir dag getrou geluide te maak. En so probeer die papegaai sy eienaar natuurlik tevrede hou. Hy word baie frustreerd en soms wil hy net wys hy kan ook iets doen. Eendag besluit hy, nadat sy vlerke nou lekker sterk is, hy gaan vlieg. Maar sy eienaar kom hier verby en knip sy vlerk. En hy kan nie vlieg nie, en hy kan nie presteer nie. En dit maak hom vreeslik frustreerd. En jy weet, minister, dit laat my nou nogal dink aan hierdie storie. So, die arme papegaai sit net daar in sy hok, en hy moet net doen wat vir hom gesê word. Sy vlug wat hom die hoogtes kan laat inskiet, wat hom opgewonde maak, word van hom maar weggevat. Minister, dit klink vir my amper soos die toerismeportefeulje in Suid-Afrika, waar eie regulasies en besluite van mede-kollegas sommer net die toerismeportefeulje se vlerke kortknip. Die effek van die onlangse besluit van minister Mbulula, wat geneem was sonder enige konsultasie oor die invloed en skade wat dit aan Suid-Afrika se toerisme kan berokken. Net 'n voorbeeld. In Januarie 2016 het die Engelse krieketoer na Suid-Afrika ons land se ekonomie met 'n beraamde 140 miljoen rand 'n hupstoot gegee. Ons almal besef dat transformasie in sport baie belangrik is en dit moet plaasvind. Maar ons moet dit kan doen sonder om toerisme 'n nekslag toe te dien. Ek stel voor dat ons ministers met mekaar begin praat oor die impak van besluite voor hulle blindweg besluite neem, soos dit nou moontlik die tweede keer gaan gebeur. Toerisme in Tanzanië byvoorbeeld maak huidigelik 17.2% van hul bruto binnelandse produk uit, terwyl Suid-Afrika se toerisme ver agter is met net onder 8%. Toerisme ondersteun egter 1.5 miljoen werksgeleenthede in Suid-Afrika. Dit bied groot werksgeleentheid vir werkskepping in Suid-Afrika, veral vir die klein toerismeoperateurs. Die DA waardeer elke rolspeler in hierdie industrie. Daarom klein rolspelers is ook vir ons belangrik. Die regulering van pryse in die toerismebedryf moet aan die entrepreneur ook die geleentheid skep om te kan meeding, om 'n bestaan te kan maak. Indien ons nie begin om die klein toerismemaatskappye te beskerm en te help groei nie, sal entrepreneurs in hierdie bedryf nooit sukses kan behaal nie. Die realiteit is dat die klomp klein besigheid op die einde baie werk skep in die arbeidsmark. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to attend the 2016 Tourism Indaba in Durban 2 weeks ago and was pleasantly surprised by the tourism exhibitionists. The week rand, which dropped by approximately 25% after the axing of Finance Minister Nene by President Zuma, as well as the U-turn that government made on restrictive visa regulations were helping the recovery of our tourism. The effectively increasing tourism with 15% January year on year and 18% in February, and that is excellent. Arrivals from China increased dramatically as agencies can now apply for visas on behalf of travelers. According to the UK Post Office holiday report, Cape Town is the lowest price of 32 long-haul destinations and the third cheapest overall for British tourists. Visa on arrivals can also make a huge difference on our tourism industry that should be researched sooner than later. Economics CNN reporter Richard Quest asked difficult questions to our tourism minister and his deputy in a panel discussion. As vital as tourism is to our economy, the undermining by the department in key decisions and policies across government came under the spotlight. Mr. Quest also touched on the struggling SAA and how they still can't make a profit with the low oil prices in decades. I quote, "This is a political football and that needs to stop." This was the words from the economist Richard Quest. We are looking forward to Minister Hanekom also working on the Open Skies for Africa decision that might also generate additional 155,000 jobs and an income of 1.5 billion in the GDP. Statistiek deur die minister van Polisie, minister Nkleko, dui daarop dat 'n toename van 14.5% die afgelope 3 jaar in misdaad, die sosiale onrus plaasgevind het. Omtrent 49 persone word elke dag in Suid-Afrika vermoor. 49 persone. Suid-Afrika se moordsyfer is 5 keer meer as die wêreld se gemiddeld. Minister, indien u dink dat die syfers nie toeriste ontmoedig om na Suid-Afrika toe te kom, om ontspannende vakansie te hou nie, moet u weer dink. Die negatiewe publisiteit plaas beslis 'n demper op toerisme om ons land te besoek. Laastens wil ek die toerisme-industrie bedank vir al harde werk tussen die interne politieke warboel wat daagliks om hulle plaasvind. Dankie minister vir u en die departement ook vir harde werk. Ek dank u.
Thank you. Umphathiswa welitiko letekuthuthukiswa kwemnotho nekuvakasha kanye netemvelo umhlonishwa Mabuyakhulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the people of our province, we wish to express our delight to the National Council of Provinces for affording us the opportunity to participate in this budget debate. Our province is also playing its part in terms of developing the tourism industry. It is, however, important, Chairperson, that as we participate in this debate, we're also driven by the national cause and the national desire. For it is important to say a nation is forged in the crucible of difficult times. What our nation needs now than ever before is more the voice of reason and the incisive leadership, rather than the voices of charlatans and armchair critics. For if we use a platform of this nature simply to become critics, it is a missed opportunity. And I therefore would urge each and every member that comes here to this podium to think about him or herself being a South African first and foremost, but secondly, being an ambassador of this country who is selling South Africa, both from within and from without. Chairperson, the sitting of the National Council of Provinces could not have come at a more opportune time. We say this because the province of KwaZulu-Natal about 2 weeks ago hosted yet another highly successful tourism indaba, which was once again proved that it is only the biggest tourism, the Pan-African tourism trade show on the continent. For this, we must thank our Honourable Minister, the Honourable Derek Hanekom, together with the Deputy Minister, as well as the entire team tourism in the Republic, but at the center of this being South African tourism, together with the various provincial agencies, for not only giving all the visitors to the trade show a top-of-the-drawer treatment, but also for working flat out to ensure that the tourism in Indaba was yet again a runaway success. Chairperson, our view is that given this era of radical economic transformation and the economic challenges we are facing as a country and as a nation, it can no longer be business as usual. And as such, we believe that it is incumbent upon all of us to use tourism as a vehicle for economic transformation and ensure that it becomes one of the central pillars of our economic efforts aimed at altering for the better the lives of all South Africans. It is because of this reason that we took a bold step as KwaZulu-Natal of ensuring that we use the Indaba Tourism Trade Show as a tool to promote small and micro enterprises, in particular, to give historically hitherto disadvantaged South Africans an opportunity to partake in this industry. 19 black-owned SMME companies were identified to participate in our KZN stand. And among these exhibitors were travel agents, tour operators, as well as accommodation providers. But critically, our province was able to further utilize the tourism in Indaba as a platform to share with the world what it is that we are doing as a collective to position the province as a global tourism destination of choice. In this regard, we are proud to state without any equivocation that we are among the provinces in the country that have put in place a 20-year tourism master plan, whose vision is premised on ensuring that by 2030, KwaZulu-Natal will be globally renowned as Africa's top beach destination, with a unique blend of wildlife, scenic, and heritage experiences for all our visitors. In this regard, our provincial government has identified key catalytic projects around which this vision is anchored. These are, amongst others, include the development of beach resorts, the Drakensberg cable car, the building of the iconic King Shaka statue. To this end, the province of KwaZulu-Natal will, in June this year, host the Drakensberg Cable Car Investment Conference, a gathering which will feature investors, manufacturers of cable cars, as well as operators of these cable cars from all over the world. Our department is also forging ahead with efforts to build the new beach resorts in the province in order to attract the discerning international tourist. The Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, which is our entity tasked with packaging and promoting investment opportunities in our province, is working with Tonga Tihule to drive this program. Our province is also assessing opportunities around the creation of an iconic King Shaka statue that will immortalize one of the greatest warriors to have actually walked on this earth. All these projects communicate one message, that our province, under our stewardship, has upped the ante in aggressively positioning the province as a globally competitive tourism destination. Chairperson, nothing more successful illustrates our province's drive to achieve this goal of promoting the province than the strides that we have been made in improving KwaZulu-Natal's global air connectivity. In this fast-paced world of globalization, air connectivity has become not only a prerequisite for economic growth and development, but a key leverage for growing the tourism industry. As all of us know, history was made when, over the past 5 years, our international tourist arrival figures reached almost in excess of 1.2, which means that a sizable portion of the global tourism community flow into our shores. It is because of this reason that over the past few years, since the construction of the King Shaka International Airport, the province of KwaZulu-Natal has worked aggressively to attract international airlines that will fly directly into the province. We are proud, Chairperson, that under the leadership and the strategic guidance of our committee, which is called the Route Development Committee, we are now having international airlines such as Emirates, Qatar Airways, Ethiopian Airlines, and the Turkish Airlines, amongst others that are now flying directly to the King Shaka International Airport. Our government is also working flat out to negotiate with other airlines to also follow suit. Indeed, we will be making announcements in the near future. The global tourism landscape is changing by the day. These days, tourism is not only about products, but about human experiences. We need to be alive to this reality so that we can provide the necessary strategic guidance to the industry. Just this month, we learned from the United Nations World Tourism Organization that the international tourism arrivals around the world grew by 4.4% in 2015, while the income generated by accommodation, food, drink, entertainment, shopping, and other services reached an estimated $1.232 billion US dollars. This clearly shows that the tourism sector is an industry of the future. With Africa emerging as the continent of the future, we need to position ourselves to benefit from the spoils of global tourism. In this regard, the transformation of the tourism industry should be our primary preoccupation. It cannot be that the only way our people can interact with this sector in tourism is when they are finding themselves working in this sector. It is on that basis, therefore, Madam Chairperson, that what we say as KwaZulu-Natal is that there is a scope for us to have a core competition. We should first and foremost cooperate as a destination to ensure that we are able to build a vibrant tourism industry in the Republic. And then within that, in the context of the domestic tourism, then provinces can start to compete on the basis of that. But even that competition must be a healthy competition. We must understand that we are not competing just amongst ourselves, but against major destinations in the world. It is on that basis that as KZN, we have taken it upon ourselves to have offices in Gauteng, in the Western Cape, and we will be embarking on a very big activation program because we believe we still have got the bigger share of the domestic market that we have not captured as yet. But with that, we want to say to the Minister and the department, thank you, Minister, for being such a very good leader and for providing incisive leadership. And a time when we do need people who can lead and can provide us with positive messages rather than those who speak rhetoric, but helping us with nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mokhosi.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo e re ke tseye tšhono e ke dumedise Afrika Borwa ka bophara segolo thata jang balwantwa. The economic freedom fighters reject this budget vote 33 on tourism. The Department of Tourism ought to promote and support the growth and development of an equitable, competitive and sustainable tourism sector in order to enhance economic and social development in this country. To do this, the department has been allocated a total budget of 1.7 billion for the 2016-17 financial year. Of this amount, over 1.1 billion has been set aside for policy and knowledge services, leaving just over 300 million for the promotion of domestic tourism, which is crucial to the development of tourism in the country, and over 47 million for the development of international tourism. This indicates a very flawed strategic orientation of the department, which compels it to spend more and more on peripheral issues rather than an actual development of domestic tourism in the country. This budget also makes not provisions of any kind for stronger liaison with and building the capacity of municipalities to nurture and enhance their tourism potential. It is at the level of the municipality where a lot of effort and thinking needs to be allocated to develop tourism potential that opens up opportunities for jobs and locally based economic multipliers. Currently, ANC-run municipalities do very little to promote tourism, even amongst locals. The Amahlati municipality in the Eastern Cape, which is home to a very rich heritage of our resistance history, with the grave sites of such brave leaders as Chief Makoma, has no plans whatsoever of developing the municipality's tourism based on its rich heritage. Listening is a skill. The Namakwa district municipality, endowed with natural wonders and unparalleled by municipalities of its kind, does very little to ensure that the millions of people who flock to the municipality during the well-known flower season leave benefits for the local people. Rather, our tourism continues to benefit those who have land and who have sufficient capital to build guest houses and hotels. The vast majority of our people continue to work as cleaners and gardeners in tourism establishments owned by whites who continue to pay our people slave salaries. This department promotes tourism still geared to benefit those who own land and who have capital. There is nothing transformative about the department's strategic orientation. This budget offers nothing significant aimed at transforming this industry. This leaves black people as spectators in a tourism game they should be part of. EFF-run municipalities will ensure that, now listen very clearly, domestic tourism routes are developed and maintained, absorbing thousands of people who will be employed by the municipalities to maintain these tourism routes. EFF-run municipalities will do more on development, cultural, and heritage tourism routes, which would help promote our history while attracting revenue as tourist attractions. EFF-run municipalities will regulate the hospitality sector and make sure that tourists are encouraged to go to accommodation centers that are owned by or with shareholding held by black people. Only stronger visionary municipalities can help unlock the vast potential that tourism offers our people. And it is only the EFF that has the vision and the capacity to develop tourism in this country. We therefore reject this budget vote and ask the people of South Africa to reject the ANC and the DA and vote EFF in the upcoming local government elections. Now, Minister Hakom, nako ya gago o dula o ntse o invite President ya gago Zuma ka tlhogo tse pedi gore le di bungee jumping. We invite the Deputy President ya nyena Buffalo Serelo le ku di shark diving.
Can you take a seat? Honorable Mteto.
You see, Honorable House Chair, now the Speaker is grossly out of order. She refers to the President, Katlogo Chepedi, meaning two heads. That is demeaning on the part of the President. Can she please withdraw?
Honorable Mukhos, can you withdraw that part?
I'm not withdrawing any truth. Now, Minister,
Honorable
if you
Mukhos,
continue
Honorable
like
Mukhos,
that, you will end
Honorable
up
Mukhos,
missing.
Honorable Mukhos,
Honorable Chairperson?
withdraw that part.
Which part? There's many parts that I said in my speech. Which one are you referring to?
Attacking the character of the President of the Republic of South
I
Africa.
did not attack anything or anyone. I don't know what you are talking about. I just spoke the truth and the truth only in my speech.
Can you read the part that was talking about the President?
My time is finishing. I must finish with my speech. Unless you stop it and then I repeat, then you will start the time again.
Can you repeat that part?
I can't. I will not repeat anything. I'm finished. Wherever I debated, I'm finished. I'm continuing. In fact, I'm not going back.
Honorable Mukhos, can you withdraw the part?
I'm not withdrawing anything. Everything that I said is the truth. I'm not withdrawing anything, Chairperson.
Honorable Mukhos, withdraw your participation in the
I'm not withdrawing.
National Council of Provinces.
I'm not withdrawing anything. Everything in here is the truth. You can take my speech and check.
I'm saying, can you withdraw your participation in this debate because you can't withdraw what you have said about the President of South Africa?
What is it that I said exactly that you are saying I must withdraw?
I'm no longer in that. I've already made a ruling. Can you kindly withdraw your participation in this today's debate? I'm making a ruling.
I'm not withdrawing anything. I therefore will excuse myself from this house. You are not consistent when a chairperson. You are biased. And lonama ANC ludule la mo tla go tlapa matsogo la tlapa you voting cows.
Let me indicate that, order members, let me indicate that this conduct will be referred to the chairperson of the NCOP so that it can be attended accordingly. Let me invite the representative of Salga, Councillor Kavana.
Shall I put the mic back where the EFF left it off? It's rather smacking down. Good afternoon, everyone. Honourable Presiding Officer, the Honourable Deputy Chairperson, our Minister Hanekom, our Deputy Minister, Minister Kaza, Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable Chair, organised local government is critical to this debate today and in realising the outcomes of this budget vote. Now, Salga is an ardent supporter of the role of tourism as an economic driver at national, provincial, and importantly, local government level, where it impacts the lives of all South Africans. Our local municipalities receive and play host and provide essential services such as roads, water, electricity to our great wildlife parks and our beautiful coastal regions. Every municipality plays host to this sector, whether those travelling back to their homes to visit friends and relatives in our far-flung regions, or those in transit travelling through our border towns of Musina, Vicksburg, Ermelo, and the likes. Now let us touch something about the sector growth. We at Salga are pleased to hear that the sector is rebounding well and exceeding growth expectations this year, delivering much needed catch-up growth. We also support the development and growth of, historically speaking, new source markets like China and India. Not only will this spur in economic and job growth, but also diversify and insulate the sector from shifts and trends in our traditional source markets. We want to challenge the department, however, to also focus on developing new source markets on the African continent. We need to recapture some of Nigeria and Egypt's growth, as their economies have overtaken ours in the last year, for catering to the travelers of these markets. Our nearest neighbors, the bird in hand, of course, should also be targeted. An African market growth strategy also serves the many foreign nationals who also work and reside in South Africa. For these reasons, flight routes need to be developed, our border posts made safe and efficient, our border towns and regional service towns, as well as towns along our national routes, need assistance with a targeted tourism strategy to meet the needs of foreign and local road-based travelers. Accommodation, overnight facilities, varied food service options, and a whole town approach to tourism development, which includes the service excellence approach the Minister makes mention of. Salga, together with these municipalities and the department, would work hand in hand to develop these whole town economic development and tourism strategies. Let us just touch something on regionalism, our domestic tourism, and the marketing. Honourable Minister, adopting a functional regional approach to tourism development holds value for a number of key objectives the Minister as well as Salga hope to achieve. That is transformation, including the enterprise development, growth of economic tourism and domestic tourism, and more efficient and effective marketing of South African tourism products. Now, Salga is especially focused on the less well-developed tourism regions and products, over and above those such as the South, the Southern and the Southwestern Cape, the Eastern Mpumalanga, KZN, and coastal central Gauteng. The greater value can be derived from, among others, combining coastal and inland tourism into one product. And in many instances, these products exist separately, but are not marketed together by the industry. Adopting a regional approach also allows for areas less known for tourism to collectively identify and develop their tourism niche. Towns in a region can examine their commonalities and differences and ensure that each town offers a unique product. This enhances or eases the job of marketing, and we do believe there needs to be greater coherence in marketing of South Africa as a brand, but also its more unique and lesser known tourism offerings to local and foreign markets. It is also often these less developed tourism regions that hold promise for domestic tourism, South Africans visiting friends and relatives, and local visiting regional attractions. That is why cost-effective accommodation, restaurants and retail offerings, as well as tourism products, is needed in these towns, not only in our leading tourism areas. SALGA is of the view that the generous amount of 110 million rand set aside for marketing domestic tourism is important. However, it is in the developing the tourism products and value chain at local level serving the domestic tourism market that needs to be prioritized first and foremost. For this reason, adopting a regional approach and working with the municipalities within a common region to develop existing and new tourism assets at local government is both sustainable and strategic. Just lastly, on infrastructure and service excellence. It is also at regional level that the need for existing tourism assets be upgraded and be evaluated, as well as the potential for new assets to be developed for each town in relation to one another within a region. Thus, scarce resources can be applied in a strategic manner to develop tourism products within a functional region. Whether that region is informed by transit corridors, bioregions, or historical and cultural peculiarities. As SALGA, we welcome the Service Excellence Initiative. A manageable unit of intervention we put forward is at the level of a town. But again, getting an entire town or a community to buy into the notion of improved service levels improves the lives and experiences of not only tourists, but locals as well. We believe that SALGA has a role to play in assisting municipalities understand how their regulations and planning and land use and environmental health functions, among others, contribute to improving service excellence. When we touch on transformation and skills enterprise development, we commend the department for establishing the BBBEE codes for the industry, and transformation and enterprise development go hand in hand, the enterprise being the vehicle for economic transformation and increasing participation and ownership of the economy within this industry can be achieved through slicing the existing pie or through growing the pie. We believe the latter is advantageous both because it grows the economy, but also because developing an entrepreneurial class within those who were historically disadvantaged is also a national imperative. Again, a regional approach in especially underdeveloped tourism areas holds very, very good prospects. Underdeveloped tourism markets provide low barriers of entry and competition for new entrants. We believe that the department's skills training are particularly well targeted, evidenced from the uptake rate of trainees into the job market. Specialized training, however, must be paired to the needs of the industry, but also the requirements of new entrepreneurs. Again, it is arguable that by adopting a regional approach may yield more widespread and tangible, sustainable results linked to a defined geographical strategy which incorporates all the department's the key focal points within the budget speech. In closing, Honourable Chairperson, SALGA welcomes the budget vote presented by the Minister here today and his deputy. The leadership offered by the ministerial team, the DG and his administration is commendable. However, we believe that developing an African source market is also very important for sustainability and diversifying our source markets. In addition, we argue that there is a strong collaborative and coordinating role to be played between the department, South African tourism, and the municipal sector. In particular, at a regional level, we argue that it is at the level of the region, that the town within the region, that the most value can be derived, managed, and promoted. This value is for new enterprises and transformation of the sector, the domestic and eventually international tourists, infrastructure and asset development, skills and service excellence, as well as the coordination of the tourism value chain at an institutional level. SALGA, on behalf of its members, look forward to working with the ministry and the department towards creating a growing, competitive and inclusive sector supported by the role of local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me remind members about the rules of debate. Rule 31C. A member of the council may not stand in any of the passages in the chamber. I'm just reminding members. Honorable Dikhale.
Honorable Minister of Tourism and other ministers present, Honorable Deputy Minister of Tourism and other Deputy Ministers present, Honorable members and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable House Chairperson, I reside within a rural community located in Limpopo province of this beautiful country. Therefore, my contribution to this debate focuses on tourism in the rural economy. I join millions of other South Africans in asking the question, how does tourism development benefit rural communities? For this question to be answered in the affirmative, there must be a focus, if not bias, or rural tourism. And by rural tourism, I mean a form of tourism taking place in rural areas or settlements, providing employment and income to local population and offering individualized holiday products to consumers. It must be a tourism based on accommodation service, which is complemented by additional service or facilities relying on the local social, cultural, and natural resources, which are exploited according to the principle of sustainable development. It must live to the sense of perceived rurality that holidaymakers hold on to when thinking about country retreats. Rural tourism is also a counter-urbanization measure, as it draws people into the country with certain ideals. This means that the problem of rural depopulation is addressed more effectively, and beneficial in migration is encouraged further. This counter-urbanization has aided growth by bringing skilled, understanding entrepreneurs to these rural areas and allowing them to use their ideas and capital and develop the area as a viable tourism site with benefits for locals and visitors. An important element of this is socio-cultural development, something that is seen in those regional areas that embrace this rural heritage and promote local pride, making the perceived rurality more of a reality. Once rural tourism is established in a community, the positive results can be quite far-reaching. A great starting point is rural service retention. Facilities within these locations can be improved with new developments that cater for incoming tourists, and transport links are often enhanced to meet the greater demand, meaning these remote communities are no longer so remote. Sometimes these business and cultural facilities will renovate run-down rural properties, and these resources are also ideal for accommodation for tourists and are even used for better housing for the local community. On a related note, the new staff employed in these new businesses are given new skills and training in industries that may not have been in the area before, notably IT and hospitality. And this progression is enhanced even further by the fact that more women are being employed in areas where traditional male roles were more dominant. For example, today we have many bed and breakfast accommodation, the B&Bs, in rural areas run by women. Not only is this addressing inequality, but it also stems the flow of female out-migration. These positive changes then contribute to the creation of a better image for the area and regeneration initiatives that can lead to better marketing and attract even more investments into the area, all of which should mean a positive cycle of progression and growth. Last but not least, there is the potential for environmental benefits, such as the preservation of the countryside for other activities such as hiking or conservation areas for wildlife enthusiasts. These examples show that rural tourism is a big business with a lot of potential. We therefore applaud and commend the government for promoting it, especially the work that the National Department of Tourism is doing through its National Rural Tourism Strategy that is aimed at developing rural tourism. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that rural tourism is a delicate balancing act. While focusing on the likely gains in revenue and employment for the area, we must ensure that such an area does not lose its rurality. We must guard against issues such as environmental damage and the likelihood of increased urbanization. This is so because the more people that enjoy this rurality, the greater the pollution produced. The feet on the ground and the redevelopment of the landscape. Furthermore, the closer these formerly remote countryside resorts and lodges get to the urban cities, the more tainted they can get. And then urbanization easily seeps into these areas, putting cultural heritage at risk. This balancing act must also extend to other socioeconomic factors, such as revenue sharing and migration of people. It is of vital importance that these tourist attractions and their spending in provinces like Limpopo, which are predominantly rural, do not only benefit the rich and wealthy members of our society. Responsible tourism must contribute towards addressing the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. People living in rural communities must benefit from the tourism industry. Equally, people who are living in such poor and rural communities must be able to visit tourism sites. Very often, the entry fees to these sites are so expensive that poor people are unable to access these sites. The Mapungwe Heritage Site is but one of the great attractions in Limpopo, and often local residents are unable to visit this site because they can't afford the fees. I am therefore glad that the department has a living document that is alive to this issue, the Domestic Tourism Growth Strategy. However, Minister, one issue that I would like to see forming part of the strategy is the issue of community participation. This is because community participation provides a sense of belonging or identity, a commitment to common norms, a willingness to take responsibility for oneself and others, and a readiness to share and interact. This will enable the community to add the perspective of tradition and culture to the rural tourism strategy. As traditional and cultural tourism is associated with the traditional beliefs of rural communities, the fact that tourism department bases its interventions on current market conditions will thus come very handy here. The participation by local communities will enable the department to plan and prioritize accordingly. The objective of the department to review the domestic tourism growth strategy in order to revamp and revitalize the approach in marketing and growing the domestic market as the backbone of the industry should be commended. It gives me hope because I know how local BMBs, other SMMEs are dependent on the tourism industry in order to participate in meaningful and sustainable economic activities. Many of these emerging entrepreneurs are struggling to gain access to markets. The department's APP presented to the select committee also indicates realistic programs and plans to equip and train tour guides from local communities, and thus gives us hope that this will provide decent employment for many of the rural people countrywide. Through its enterprise development program, the department targets a minimum of 100 rural enterprise for development. Similarly, the local government induction program will focus on rural areas with tourism potential. The concept of social tourism as yet another objective of the tourism department gives me, as a proud member of the ANC, good reason to support the department's budget and plans. The objective of this project is to facilitate social tourism initiatives that promote open access to selected government-owned attractions through the negotiation of discounted rates. This means access to parks or game reserves, World Heritage Sites, and other cultural places of interest by targeted groups such as scholars, youth, pensioners, and people with disabilities. Other groups with limited economic means will also be able to access such facilities. In addition, the department indicated in its plans that it will capacitate black women as managers in the tourism industry. Qualified and interested women will be trained at an institution of higher learning through a customized executive development program. This is a very welcomed initiative, as in the ANC, we know that when you have trained a woman, you have trained a village. We therefore support this budget vote, and before ko leboga modulasetulo, ma-Afrika Borwa ba taba ba sana lebaka la go se vote le mokgatho wa rena o mo botse wa ANC. Ge re taba re ba thušitše ke taba. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Tourism, Honorable Xhosa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In line with the recently launched Local Government Manifesto 2016, tourism advances people's power through local government. People, not products only, are our most important assets in this industry. Tourism is therefore people-driven, and we as the National Department of Tourism aim to create an environment for sustainable employment and economic growth. Economic development is not possible without people development. So, through giving expression to the Local Government Manifesto, we aim to fulfill our core mandate. As alluded to by the National Minister, by the end of 2014, we have made tremendous growth, and we are proud because the national government has also identified tourism as one of the pillars for inclusive growth in South Africa. Our link to the people is through local government, which is the sphere of government closest to the delivery of our mandate. It is through this vehicle that we can advance people's power through tourism. Local government provides core utilities, and it further operates attractions like museums, art galleries, convention centers, tours, and other amenities. Therefore, local government for us play a pivotal role in the economic and social development of our communities. So we're very glad of the commitment that was demonstrated by Salga earlier on. And we are looking into the issue of transformation of this sector, which is imperative in us promoting inclusivity. Our department promotes sustainability and good governance, which includes initiatives to transform the sector, promote the practice of responsible tourism, and unlocking of tourism economic development at local government level. The majority of workers in this industry are women, and yet many of these women are relegated to menial and junior roles within the establishments. The establishment of our Women in Tourism in 2014 aimed at addressing the economic inequalities and challenges faced by women within the sector has proved to be very successful, with provincial chapters that have been encouraged and constituted. We recently launched also an executive development program that Honorable Makwe indicated earlier on. This program is aimed at building strong business skills and leadership capabilities amongst Black women in the tourism sector to lead key parts in the tourism businesses and form a pool of top leadership entrepreneurs and industrialists in this sector. Local government capacity building program that we are doing, I hope it also responds to Comrade Tejale, that is an integrated approach on our capacity building for the public sector, private sector, and community representatives, which includes traditional leaders and councillors as well as NGOs. Within this program, we have 7 identified rural municipalities. Bushbuck Ridge is one of them, Kwasani in Maluti, Drakensberg Route, Vembe, Dr. R.S. Mpati, Ngaka Murtimu Molema, Ngomazi, and ZF Magdao are those 7 rural municipalities. And those have indicated for us the bias into rural local government. The highlights of this program, as we have done already, has included the establishment of local tourism organizations in 3 municipalities, 2 interim in the Northwest, and 1 permanent in Bushbuck Ridge. A business breakfast was also hosted by the local tourism organization, and they are now planning to host local municipality business and tourism awards. The project has now its footprint in 8 local government municipalities, and in provinces, and it operates in partnerships with the University of South Africa, which follows with a monitoring and evaluation tool that allows us to identify the impact as well as future needs. Universities in other provinces are also involved in continuous empowerment of local municipalities as follow-up. In 2016-2017, the program will be implemented in 8 municipalities. Our department has also established a an enterprise development project management unit following the conclusion of the tourism enterprise program contract on 31st March 2016. The enterprise program will focus on development online information portal, business advisory services, tourism incubator hubs establishment, and stakeholder engagement, which encompasses the community participation, as was mentioned. And we will also continue to support 100 rural tourism enterprises with coaching and mentorship. And in the outer years, the number will increase and will not be limited to rural communities. We continue our skills development program, which includes but not limited to the tour guides who play a key role as frontline professionals, information givers, entrepreneurs, destination marketers, and we have a capacity building program that is aimed at improving the levels of service rendered by existing tourist guides throughout South Africa. And we also are developing an app that will be a one-stop shop to get hold of our tour guides. Our chefs program, tourism ambassador programs, sommelier programs, food safety assurance program have all proven success, with a lot of young people who have gone through the programs having been absorbed into permanent employment, while others are able to start their own businesses. Our National Tourism Careers Expo, which we intend to continue to work on as the department, as one of our flagship program, is gaining a lot of momentum and will be held in Bloemfontein this year on the 29th to the 1st of October. It is expected that the event will service more than 8,000 participants, with students and unemployed graduates, educators, and delegates from the industry itself, with exhibitors and media houses. We also have an upcoming niche market that we're looking at unlocking a lot more potential of tourism under the Oceans Economy Initiative. And here we're looking at ocean safaris, we're looking at boat-based activities, we're looking at blue flag beaches. In the process, the coastal districts and local municipalities will be engaged. We are excited that tourism is becoming much more than statistics. It becomes a unifying energy and a catalyst for social cohesion, and we're looking forward to more partnerships with local government. We're looking forward to more partnerships with the industry, and at the same time, we have developed much more niche markets, which is indicative of the social inclusion and cohesion that we seek to translate as part of tourism. We are therefore advancing people's power, and we are moving South Africa forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Sihlalo welikomiti lekutfutfukiswa kwetemnotfo netemvelo kanye netekuvakasha kusishayamtsetfo sesifundza sase-Limpopo. Umhlonishwa Dawo.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members, I greet you. With South Africa firmly established as a global leisure destination and the positioning of tourism in the National Development Plan as one of the main economic sectors, numerous opportunities for tourism growth still need to be explored. For Limpopo in particular, an opportunity to further expand our lead in the domestic market exists. Limpopo currently has 23% share of the total domestic trips taken in South Africa and a 17.2% share of international visitors. As we acknowledge our #1 position in the domestic market space, we are committed to further analyze these trends to ensure we expand on this growth. Honorable Minister, Limpopo natural and cultural resources located within vast wilderness and rural settings remains our competitive advantage. The uniqueness of Limpopo's attraction is also recognized by the fact that 2 national orders have their roots in Limpopo. These are the Order of Mapungubwe, which is awarded for excellence and exceptional achievement, and the Order of the Boabab, which is awarded for distinguished service that goes beyond the call of duty. The strategic location of the province furthermore supports the vision to create a boundless tourist destination with our neighboring countries, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Supplementing the broader biodiversity of the region and the range of tourism products at the offer in Limpopo, the diversity of parks, including the Kruger National Park, 2 World Heritage Sites, and 3 UNESCO registered biosphere reserves firmly established the cooperative advantage that Limpopo has within the region. These destinations are relatively large in size in comparison to other destinations and present unique mountain landscapes with high scenic value. In addition, a diverse number of game species, including the Big Five and a number of endangered and indigenous game species, enhances the province's competitive edge in the wildlife industry. This supports the fact that Limpopo remains the preferred hunting destination, a growing industry with 7.2 billion. The inclusion of the hunting and safari cluster as one of the 6 tourism clusters in our provincial tourism growth strategy is therefore imperative. Collaborating market initiatives require strong partnership agreements with the broader tourism industry and our communities. The department therefore committed through a restructured tourism agency to prioritize its efforts towards marketing and supporting our local government structures and community tourism associations in positioning Limpopo as a preferred destination. This resulted in a revision process of the Limpopo Tourism Act that will be aligned with the new directive of the Limpopo Tourism Agency and the revised Tourism Act and National Tourism Sector Strategy revision currently underway. With strong emphasis on domestic travel, Limpopo can offer unique experiences not only for the niche tourism markets, for example, adventure and RV tourism, but also to the mass tourism markets. Apart from events and conferencing, accessible and affordable recreation facilities should be facilitated to increase in local travel. Opportunities for community private-public partnership programs should be optimized and facilitated to acquire the necessary investment in tourism infrastructure, job opportunities, skills development, and transformation programs. It is within this spirit that the department embarked on a dedicated program to support transformation and youth development in tourism. Through this program, the department provided support to 60 tourism SMMEs, 85 previously disadvantaged individuals, and placed 36 unemployed youth at tourism establishments to gain experience in the hospitality industry. To enhance this program, in the 2016-2017 financial year, the department committed additional resources to ensure tourism capacity building programs are expanded to local government level within community tourism projects and youth development in the tourism industry. With the extent of the green economy and rural tourism development strategy, Limpopo eco-tourism offerings and rural nature provide numerous tourism opportunities still to be explored. Water conservation and applying responsible tourism practices are crucial elements to manage in the fast changing climate conditions we are currently experiencing. This, I believe, our girls will experience during their visits to Limpopo. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, apart from ensuring service, excellence, and everlasting experiences, the safety of our tourists and wildlife is of utmost importance. We need to stand united against the poaching of our rhinos. This war must be won. Our children must have the privilege to experience our wildlife in its rural state. The active participation of our rural communities and the private industry is crucial in safeguarding this valuable resource. The integration of certain programs between the Department of Tourism and the Department of Environmental Affairs is therefore crucial to ensure that Limpopo remains providing a sustainable wildlife product offering to our visitors. It is striving to build our tourism dream. In striving to build our tourism dream, certain challenges still need to be addressed. These are inadequate tourism staff structure on provincial and municipal level to drive the tourism agenda, to meet the requirements as outlined in the National Tourism Sector Strategy, and to position tourism as an important economic sector as directed in the National Development Plan. Adequate resources capacity is required adequate capacity is required. With the limited budget allocations to perform this core function remains a challenge. To address the capacity challenges on rural tourism product level, as well as to municipality level, more human and financial resources need to be dedicated. The province has numerous community tourism projects that were funded through the social responsibility initiatives that are not able to exist sustainably. A dedicated strategy should be agreed upon in how government will support these projects that were initially funded through the SRI program. In dominantly rural provinces, road access is critical to enhance tourist flow. Dedicated financial resources are required to improve the provincial road network so that access to our icons and community tourism projects are be improved. Access via air and rail furthermore hampers tourist flow to Limpopo. Partnerships with Transnet, our airlines, and the Department of Tourism is crucial. An aspect that has a severe impact on tourism product development in Limpopo is the continuous unresolved land claims. Not having secure land tenure or confirmation on who the rightful beneficiaries are. Tourism investment in this area are negatively affected. Uncoordinated land use planning between national and provincial departments remains a challenge. Silos planning has a direct impact on land use conflicts on local level where ad hoc developments are approved on national level that result in direct conflict with other developments planned on local level, e.g. unique tourism destinations. Acknowledging that there are still challenges to overcome, the province reaffirms its position to become the preferred tourist destination, to continue offering unique products and services that clearly differentiates Limpopo from other tourist destinations, to leave long-lasting memories of unique experiences. to always provide excellent services and outstanding hospitality, to take cognizance of the vulnerability of our natural resources within a fast-changing environmental and climate conditions, to protect our wildlife in its natural form so that our children can also have the
Honorable
opportunity.
Tau, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The Western Cape Chairperson of Economic Opportunities, Tourism and Agriculture, Honorable Chef.
Honourable Minister Hanekom, Honourable Minister Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Chairperson, it's a pleasure to be here today to talk about a sector of the economy that has shown a 15% growth in the first calendar month of the year. In real times, that equates to 1 million tourist arrivals in South Africa. This is certainly something to celebrate, Minister Hanekom. But this was not the case 18 months ago, and this was not the case a year ago. Chairperson, 2015 was a challenging year for tourism, not only in our province, but across South Africa as well. The onerous visa regulations that were introduced by Minister Garba in 2014 changed the trajectory within a short space of time, costing our economy dearly, costing South Africans thousands of jobs, and setting the tourism sector growth back years. It was the first time we saw a plummeting of visitor arrivals and subsequent negative growth of 6.8% to South Africa. As a result, reports stated that the 2015's negative performance literally wiped out 2 years of tourism growth. Never mind the fact that Minister Gigaba thought for a moment that he was a minister of two portfolios when he blurted out numbers, releasing bogus data to the press in a weak attempt to prove the worth of his onerous regulations. Minister Hanekom, kudos to you for calmly holding your own. It has been a battle of wills, but don't worry, your credibility remains strong. My advice to Minister Gigaba is to stay out of tourism. He has no idea how this sector works. Leave this to Minister Hanekom to manage. He does a good job. And while you all mumble saying, let's move on from here, I feel it's particularly important to paint the reality of that very picture. SA Tourism estimated that South Africa lost 7.51 billion in revenue over that time. And Chairperson Grant Thornton has estimated that South Africa will continue to lose 578,000 foreign tourists per annum as long as these regulations are not scrapped. That's the reality, that's a fact. Scrap the visa regulations that affects tourists, I say. The Western Cape has driven this fight against the onerous regulations since its inception, and thankfully we are seeing some parts of the regulations having been lifted. I would like to thank the industry and the stakeholders and Minister Hanekom for supporting our fight in these regulations. The results of these concessions and the sheer resilience of the sector saw a record number of tourist arrivals move through South Africa and Cape Town International Airport. Remarkably, arrivals from China grew by 93% after travel agents in China could apply for visas on behalf of their clients. We are also experiencing an astounding 200% increase in the number of visitors from Japan. Chairperson, tourism is the fastest growing sector in the Western Cape, employing 204,000 residents in formal jobs. Through Project Kolisa, our focused approach to sectors in the economy that produce the greatest amounts of jobs and growth, we are working to add a further 100,000 jobs through tourism in this province. How, may you ask, will we be able to create so many jobs? Tourism, Chairperson, is not just waiting for a plane to land and then counting the number of visitors in an airport. It is much more strategic than that. It must be reactive, engaged, and marketed. The Western Cape has developed a data and real-time intelligence dashboard to ensure the province can respond to global trends. The Western Cape maximizes culture and heritage tourism in our province through a Madiba legacy tourism route. We position the Western Cape as Africa's cycling capital by ensuring that we have world-class leisure cycling infrastructure and systems. And we continue to market the province as a leading food and wine destination. And lastly, we've launched the Cape Town's Air Access Strategy. This is a collaboration between the Western Cape Provincial Government, the City of Cape Town, Airports Company South Africa, Cape Town Tourism, Westgrow, and the private sector to link Cape Town to major global hubs. And since its establishment 6 months ago, Cape Town Air Access has already had several successes. Ethiopian Airlines in February added 2 non-stop flights from Addis Ababa, bringing the total number of services between our cities to 9. Turkish Airlines non-stop from Istanbul since October. KLM has upped its frequencies to a year-round daily service from Amsterdam, which will increase Cape Town's international connectivity to major global hubs in Europe, North America, Asia, and India. SA Airlink will fly non-stop 5 times from Wuhan, Botswana from March the 11th, and London route will gain additional capacity next summer with 3 direct flights from Gatwick operated by Thomas Cook. In yet another direct Cape Town route announcement, Kenyan Airways is the latest airline to do so, with a thrice weekly flight between Nairobi and Cape Town coming into effect in July 2016. Chairperson, the Western Cape has launched the Cycle Tourism Framework, which is the first step towards a cycle tourism strategy. Events such as the Cape Town Cycle Tour, the APSA Cape Epic, and the Cape Rouleur generate in excess of 750 million for the Western Cape's economy each year. Visitors travel from all over the world to take part in these flagship events. And to boost our regional tourism, the Western Cape is busy developing a new iconic cycling route stretching from Cape Town to Plettenberg Bay. The complete route is part of a 5-year plan, but the goal is to have the first 160-kilometer phase between Plettenberg Bay and Mossel Bay completed by 2017. This project aims to attract 100,000 cycling tourists to the Western Cape each year and opens up the possibility of growing the cycling economy, including accommodation, bike servicing, and restaurants along the full length of the route. Chairperson, our meetings industry plays equally an important part to our tourism sector in the province. The demand for conferences has grown rapidly, and to date, the Western Cape has also secured conference bids worth almost 2 billion. Venues such as the Cape Town International Conference Centre has created and sustained more than 91,000 direct and indirect jobs since its inception 12 years ago. In the 2014-2015 year, the CTICC created in 1 year just over 8,000 jobs and contributed 3.4 billion to the GDP and 3.1 billion to the regional GDP. We have also seen the opening of the new Century City Conference Centre Hotel, a 1 billion rand investment by private business to meet the current demands. Just 2 of our secured conferences, the World Ophthalmology Congress in 2020 and the International Fiscal Association in 2022, will bring 16,300 delegates to our province and generate in excess of 262 million to our economy. We cannot ignore this important contribution to the tourism economy of the Western Cape. Chairperson, the tourism sector is key to the Western Cape's economy. With this focused approach and a clear plan of action on how we will plan to grow the tourism sector aggressively, we believe that our objectives will be met, and that is to increase the annual number of international arrivals from 1.56 million to 2.1 million, to increase our annual foreign direct spend from 16.7 billion to 17.2 billion, to grow the number of domestic market by 600,000 to 2.9 million, and to increase the gross value added from the sector from 17 billion up to 28 billion. And finally, to increase the sector's contribution to the GDP to 15% in the coming years. And just to make some comments, Chairperson, to Honourable Makui, please get your facts straight. Trying to spin cheap political points, maybe you'd like to spend some time with myself and our committee, and we can actually update you on what the Western Cape is doing and how seriously we take tourism in this province. And to the other honourable member, I think it's very important that in this sector of the economy, we work together to create tourism for the whole of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our Minister, Anekom, Honorable Anekom, and as well Deputy Minister Utoko Kasa, the MECs that are present, the representative from Salga, and as well the officials, our honorable MPs. Good afternoon. You know, I can't miss, after the speaker before me, to think that we are the unitary state. But when I was listening, I continue to feel like there's competition between the Department of Tourism as well as the Western Cape. My apologies if I am picking the speaker wrongly. Straight to my speech. The Department of Tourism is charged with a very crucial mandate of serving as a catalyst to tourist growth and development in South Africa. In line with the Vision 2030 of the National Development Plan, the tourism industry carries hope and aspirations of millions of South Africans through its contribution to the gross domestic product of the country, job creation, SMMEs, and rural development. While other resource-based industries such as agriculture, mining, and manufacturing are shedding jobs, tourism is one sector making a positive growth to employment creation. The accuracy of the collection of statistics under the auspices of South African Tourism Entity has come under question in the recent past. However, such discrepancies cannot discount the vibrancy of the industry. In the medium term, department plans to increase tourism arrivals from 15 million in 2014 and exponentially improve the GDP contribution from 102 billion to 499 million 2020, and consequently created 225 jobs. These encouraging projections are as a result of the National Tourism Sector Strategy of 2010, which is expected to gain more leverage in terms of the implementation of the NDP. These achievements are as a result of the policy continually created by the Tourism Act number 3 of 2014, and the department needs of continuously review the National Tourism Sector Strategy to ensure its policy alignment with the new Act. Honorable Chairperson, this policy coordination calls for a robust oversight from the Select Committee of Trade, Tourism and International Relations to ensure that we enforce the intergovernmental relations framework and assist the three spheres to work together for the benefit of our people. In the same vein, Honorable Chair, our committee will consider joint briefing with Select Committee dealing with Home Affairs so that industry concerns with regard to recent amendments to the Immigration Act are addressed accordingly, without gaining a cheap politics check. This is also consistent with the commitments of the trade tourism in terms of outcome 12 of 14, government priority, which is to integrate tourism priorities in the on other sectors department and provincial and local government planning. This is also in keeping with the oversight role of the Select Committee to ensure that the department responds to the national policy directives. The tourism industry has particular problems with the regulations of the Act, which pronounce on specific requirements of an unabridged birth certificate for minor traveling and out of the country, in and out of the country, a permission letter and or affidavit for minor not to travel with both parents, as well as the provision for the in-person collection of biometric data. Honorable Chair, it is imperative that extra caution and delicate balance needs to be exercised in dealing with such issues, as they have the potential to reverse the gain in employment creation and small business development in the country. The department has made remarkable progress on the number of issues, which I want to highlight immediately below. For this honorable Chair, I want to applaud the department. In dealing with transformation of the industry, the development of tourism products in rural areas has prioritized by the department as a key growth area. It is for this reason that expanded public works program should be monitored very closely, as well as to support of the rural tourism enterprise and emerging tourism businesses. Another intervention by the department is the development of tourism guidebooks and manuals in order to assist tour guides with indigenous knowledge, thus enabling them to meet the requirements for the professional guides. In accordance with the reporting of the department to try and address the transformation challenges in this sector, the department has developed a rural tourism strategy and has developed special nodes that have potential to stimulate growth and the rural tourism, as it has been alluded to by the Deputy Minister. The South African tourism is expected to work even harder, especially after it has fallen short in meeting the first and second quarter targets of 464,687 and 5,024,683 tourists during 2015-2016 financial year, respectively. The entity is expected to turn things around in an unfavorable economic condition to activate domestic tourism. However, the reconsideration made regarding the visa regulation and the weak rand should positively contribute towards positive growth in the international tourist arrival figures. However, the figure reported by the Statistics South Africa indicate positive growth for the tourist arrival for the 2015 December period when compared with the same period in 2014. The entity also managed to attract 4.5 billion and 5.8 billion of domestic direct spend against the targeted 5.3 billion and 6.6 billion for the second and third quarter respectively. This target is also highly dependent on the number of domestic trips taken as well as their form of travel, which in this case, the majority of trip taken were for the purpose of visiting families and friends. This results in less spending for the restaurants and accommodation. There is a need for affordable package to be negotiated and packaged to grow the holiday trip segments of domestic tourism, as it is more beneficiary for the economy. In this narrative, Honorable Chairperson, it is clear that the domestic economic conditions are not helpful in improving domestic tourism. In terms of the corporate governance, the National Department of Tourism received a financial unqualified audit with material findings for 2014-2015 financial year. It must be placed on record, Honorable Chair, that department met the expectation of the Auditor General when it comes to leadership. Similar issues were raised in the previous financial year regarding the lack of IT support policy. However, improvements and good cooperation governance commitment have been demonstrated by improvement in key risk areas, notably supply chain management and quality of performance reports. The South African tourism entity also from the
Hlonishwa Ncitha,
received
time
the
has expired.
received a clean audit, which we should also congratulate the board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Lund.
Honorable Ncitha, that was truly inspiring. Now that we can wake up again. Honorable members, grabbing at straws and a thin silver lining comes to mind when I look at the Department of Tourism in our current economic and political climate. The only positive that came out of the Honorable Accused Number One's weekend special last year was a weekend rand that makes the South African tourism package more attractive to international tourists. International tourists will get more value for their money when they visit South Africa, and they'll also get a good comedy show when they read our news and how we perform nationally. A lot has been said about the fiasco created by your colleague in Home Affairs with regards to the visas, so I will not belabor that point today. However, for South Africa to really tap into the favorable conditions for international tourists, we also need to up our game locally. We shouldn't just simply up our game locally for the international tourists, but also especially when it comes to the domestic tourists. On the other hand, the weekend rand is also making it more expensive for our own tourists in South Africa to travel within their own country. The additional 110 million announced during SONA, and that is reflected in the budget earmarked towards domestic tourism, is welcome. However, this additional funding is utilized in order to improve the domestic tourism market and also address the increased levels of unemployment. National government cannot be the beginning and the end of driving tourism, especially domestic tourism. Transformation in the tourism sector will also not be realized if we do not get the buy-in from everyone at all levels. Honourable Minister, we have success stories of local tourism hotspots, but that wasn't due to any national intervention. That was a local initiative. In order to have long-term, lasting effects, will the Minister consider giving some of that funding earmarked for local tourism towards product development and destination marketing for rural areas in order to address the limited geographical spread? Tourism in our beautiful country can add and should play a more prominent role in addressing our high unemployment and weak economy. Honourable Minister, it is up to you to take that space. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable MSCs, colleagues, tourism is one of the industries that contribute a lot to the country's GDP and the economy. Tourism also cuts across many sectors of the economy. When something happens in one sector perceived to be at a distance, it may not be like that with its impact on the tourism market. Our tourism market as a country went down by 6.8% in 2015. The imposed visa and stiff travel documentation requirements to all entries in the country in 2015 had a contribution to this downfall. The requirements were indeed short-lived, but the lasting effects of the requirements and the impact on the tourism market had a long lifespan. The lifespan of Honorable Van Rooyen as Finance Minister may have been very, very short, but the impact on the downward spiral of the economy had devastating long life effects. The efforts and threats of imminent arrest towards current Finance Minister Gordhan might have been short-lived, but the impact into the economy caused by such shenanigans have a devastating long-lasting effect. This latest development has seen the rand down spiraling once more in the world markets. Whilst the minister is reporting a positive outlook of the country's tourism market once more in 2016, the fact of the matter is that some ground has been lost in the market due to poor decisions affecting the market in 2015. That lost ground has cost some people jobs. That lost ground has cost some people their businesses, and that lost ground has cost some South Africans a livelihood. In this year's debate, I just want to plead the case of KwaZulu-Natal with the Honorable Minister. KwaZulu-Natal is very rich with attraction points, with a potential boom in the tourism market. I do not think that the country is giving this enough and considerable attention. Up north, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have the Valley of Kings, Emakosini Valley, where 7 of the Zulu kings before and after King Shaka are buried. The province is housing one of the biggest territories of the Big Five in Hluhluwe. The province has a battle site at Isandlwana where the mighty British Army was defeated for the first time by an African nation in 1879. There are many other battlefields around the area between Vryheid and Ladysmith. One of the greatest commanders to have ever lived in human history, King Shaka Kasenzangakhona, is supposedly buried in Stenger. The first black president of South Africa, a world icon, was captured in Howick for the Rivonia trial that saw the banning of political parties. The province boasts 2 of the World Heritage Sites, Ismangaliso Wetland Park and the Drakensberg. The Honorable Minister, I can go on and on and on. But the question is, what is your department doing about all these in order to benefit the people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa from this treasure? It is a good thing that transformation of the department is prioritized as top in the list of the programs of the department. But such transformation must be accompanied with tangible programs of empowerment and financial assistance. The tourism market is a big friend of the property industry. Even if tourism can prioritize the transformation of tourism market, if there are no changes to transformation in the property industry, tourism will not benefit much. Government must have a wholesome approach into these matters. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, DM, your entire delegation. This is the kind of enthusiasm that we create from our select committee, Minister. You must thank the leadership of Honorable Magwe, that Honorable Kaula can become so optimistic about the future, and clap hands as he walked to sit down. Honorable Chair, members of the House, special delegates, distinguished guests, what a time to be debating budget vote number 33, Tourism, Minister. Honorable Chair, it is an opportune moment to draw stock of what we are doing as a country to ensure a sector called tourism that is booming. A sector we all appreciate is one of the job drivers we desperately need to see working. South Africa should tap into the possibility available in the sub-Saharan space, Minister, because we want to believe that we have the right climate, conducive climate, we have the natural resources that we so need, motivated people, and congratulations once more. What a host, beautiful host of the tourism in Daba, in the city of eThekwini, a city led by the ANC government, which we continue to make sure that we win moving forward, so that we become progressive in how we implement. But also, South Africa continues to be an excellent tourist destination for the continent and globally, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the growth that we begin to record in tourism. I think later on I would also speak on this. In the World Economic Forum that was held recently, Minister, Hendrik de Tooyd from Investec spoke at length about how tourism is beginning to boom in our country and how we must begin to appreciate it and move along in unison. Again, we should never stop congratulating you, Minister. and your team on a highly successful tourism indaba hosted by eThekwini. We went there as the select committee and we saw wonders. We saw how optimistic everybody who was there was willing to work with us to ensure that we make this a success. And we are quite proud of what you can be able to do together with your proud team of South Africans. Quite explicit also was to be appreciated, Minister, is the growth of African buyers we recorded in the INDAB. This is quite ecstatic from our part, Minister, because this is an Africa month. We are celebrating Africa month. We saw a spike in the African buyers who were part of the INDAB, and this is part of the African penetration of the market that we want to see happening in future. So that as we go to domestic tourism, we also penetrate intra-African trade that we want to see happening. And I think African buyers who were there were quite optimistic about the packages that we have for them and what are they going to be able to benefit in the long future. This is quite something that we must appreciate, all of us. This is something to be celebrated because consistent with the commitment of Agenda 2063, we are having hands on deck building South Africa we want. And this is what we want to say, that if Africa must rise, then we must begin to build blocks from domestically into the continent, and we can then be able to be competitive globally. Through this increase of African buyers, we are quite sure that we are resolving issues of intra-African trade, market penetration, and the penetration which is going to open up market close to 6 million market in Africa alone. That is going to make sure that we blossom. Our emerging players in the tourism sector are quite excited about the potential of growth that is so visible. We must continue to look into our product packages, Minister, continue to improve on them so that we maintain the competitive edge that we need as the country. Just a few moments so that we can reflect on what other members were saying. However, our intention as we came here was to become optimistic and not respond to issues that are thrown haphazardly. Honorable Faba, through you, Chair, came here and said transformation in the sports sector is quite bad and we should not transport that into the tourism sector. But part of our responsibility as this government is to make sure that we transform the sector, it becomes inclusive, it implements and show the demographic of South Africa, so that our people can begin to take pride and take ownership of their tourism sector. We cannot be able to, I want to repeat this. There's a person who stays less than 1 kilometer from Sun City. I'm from the Northwest, but that person at my age has never been to Sun City, has never been able to reap the rewards that this democracy has been able to bring to the fore. That entrepreneur and small business would be able to thrive. Entrepreneur and business, small business will not thrive, Honorable Faba, if we don't become inclusive, if we don't transform the sector so that our people can be able to tap into possibilities that are there. Honorable Mabuya Kulu, in his absence, 20-year tourism master plan in KwaZulu-Natal, that must be appreciated, Minister. We want to assume that you are also assisting other provinces to follow suit, so that we have a long plan of how we want to shape our tourism moving forward. How do we seek to capture Africa in the main and catalytic projects that are beginning to emerge? Honorable Mokhoti, in his absence, we should have taken her along to Ismangaliso when we went there, so that she should have seen that young boys that are younger than me were able to tap and become assisted to become owners of their tourism products. They were given cars, they were tourist guides, they were knowing what is expected of their own issues, and they were in charge, and we're quite appreciative of that. DM, we want to appreciate that indeed tourism is a people's-driven sector, and we want to see that appearing in whatever that we do. I'm from the Northwest, and the intention to assist Ngagamudiri Mulema is quite appreciated, Minister. And we know that the vast majority of our people surrounding the parks in Northwest are beginning to benefit into the tourism. We are quite aware of that, and people are appreciative. We want to say the revitalization of the Manyane Game Reserve as you enter Mafikeng as a capital city, through your department, of course, is quite appreciated. Continue to support the 100 rural tourism part that we want to do. Honorable Chair of Limpopo, continue to be competitive as Limpopo. Check, we don't have a C as you don't have a C, Northwest does not have a C, but we have the big five in Northwest and we are using it as competitive advantage over KwaZulu-Natal and the other coastal areas. The Honorable Schaefer, Minister Hanekom says you want to thank him for supporting your fight. Your fight. Your fight. You see, this is the problem. They even shy to name the Madiba Legacy Tourism route after Tony Leon, because the same Tony Leon stood up and rejected the same constitution that they claim to protect today. Why are they not doing that? They chose Madiba, an ANC product, so that he can give them mileage. We want to say to you, Madiba remains, even to his revolutionary grave, an ANC member. Employment opportunity, inclusive and transformation sector is not there in the Western Cape. Tap into the possibilities that you begin to see in other provinces. If you want to go to Limpopo now, many women, and by the way, Honorable Chair, in Africa, 70% of the women are farmers. They are farmers. They want to tap into the resources and possibilities that we create in the tourism sector. Moringa, for instance, we should sell it so that we cure this problem that we have in the Western Cape. We want to reject. The DA has released a statement and say they have the biggest MPs of color because they have skills. And this is the same argument that they argue when we say transform the tourism sector. You can't buy skills from ShopRite. You acquire skills in a process of learning and skilling yourself. So let's give our people opportunities so that they become owners of the means of production. Honorable Lond, you said national is not the beginning and the end of tourism. You know, in Khayelitsha now, refuse removal is not collected. They are this close to blaming the national and saying it's the national competence. When national intervenes, they come back and say it's not the beginning and the end of tourism. When they must deal with...
I'm afraid your time has expired. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable Hanekom.
Chairperson, I trust, because I didn't quite use my 12 minutes, that you'll give me just a little bit more than 5 minutes. Mooi gepraat, kamerade, collega's, mooi gepraat. You all did very, very well. In the short time that I've got, I'm just going to pick up some of the points and try to refer to all of the speakers. Starting off with the Honorable Makwe. You know, I can only agree with the many things that you said, but you reminded us of how much this ANC-led government is doing to make our country a better place for everyone. So thank you for that. Our department is passionately driven to not only make tourism grow, but to bring a better life for all South Africans. So thanks for that comment. Honorable Faber, without commenting on everything you said, the Department of Home Affairs is currently looking at visas on arrival and modernizing their whole system, and I think that's good news. Just as a matter of information, though, the Minister of Home Affairs also recently announced that Russian citizens no longer coming to South Africa for holidays no longer need visas. So we are making systematic progress in our discussions with the Department of Home Affairs, and we are working very well together. The Honorable Mabuya Kulu is no longer with us here, but I must say, agreeing with the many things that he said, tourism in Daba indeed was a resounding success. And we have to thank the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the city of eThekwini for hosting this magnificent event. Let me also say congratulations to Mike Mabuyakulu for being an outstanding MEC for tourism. He's really the dean amongst the MECs of tourism. And I've got to congratulate him for his energetic leadership in driving tourism in the KwaZulu-Natal province. The EFF chairperson, I'm so sorry that the young comrade from the EFF was asked to leave the room because I really wanted to hear what she had to say. The little bit that I heard, of course, I couldn't quite work out what she was saying. The problem with the EFF, though, is that while all of us here agree that we have to be tourism ambassadors, we all agree that we have to be united in trying to bring tourism to our country. Since the Dr. Motsoaledi has just arrived, the EFF is worse for tourism than Ebola was for tourism. It is one of our biggest diseases affecting tourism, because when you threaten to take over a democratic elected government with guns, you can only be sending out the wrong signal to the world. So that's bad news for tourism. Councillor Kavanagh, have I got your name correct? Sorry. Let me just say, taking your point very, very seriously, the point of exploring and exploiting new source markets. But let me talk about the African market in particular. What we've seen in January, February is growth in all markets. SADC markets, rest of Africa, Europe, Americas, and Asia. But interestingly, Nigeria was 36% up in February this year compared to February last year. So we're seeing serious growth in the African continent. Kenya was 15% up. But point taken, we must look at some of the non-traditional markets, Middle East, for example, and Southeast Asia. The Honorable Dikhale, we really take your points about community benefiting out of rural tourism and the potential that tourism holds to offer real tangible benefits to rural communities. We've got some outstanding examples, I must say. And the Nehakwe Lodge in Limpopo province. I just did a little scan. Nehakwe Lodge, which is one of the projects, the SRI projects, which I said earlier on, we have some real serious challenges with some of our social responsibility implementation projects. We know about them. We're trying to deal with them. But there are also some great success stories. We lodged in Nehakwe Lodge just over a year ago. On TripAdvisor, 4 stars for its cuisine. On Facebook, 4 stars for accommodation. It's a community-owned lodge. There are some great success stories. In the Northwest Province, Madikwe, that's what it is. It's a community-facilitated process, real partnership between community, government, and private sector. So it's clear, though, that we have to do all we can to exploit the great opportunities there are in our rural areas, because that's where some of the greatest beauty lies, some of the greatest cultural experiences lie. So investing more in our rural areas, yes, the answer is yes. Deputy Minister, my dear Deputy Minister, thank you for reminding us that tourism is more than statistics, but especially for reminding us that through tourism, we are advancing people's power. Thanks for that. Indeed we are. The Honorable Skosana Ka Mahlangu, where are you? Thank you for the points that you made. We do have some shining examples, other shining examples of what this ANC-led government has done to change the lives of people, not only through tourism, but through land reform. And there we've got the Makuleke community as a shining example, where through our land reform program, through restitution, we restored 25,000 hectares to the Makuleke community, and there are now luxury lodges that are being run on this community-owned land. Another shining example of how the ANC over the years has systematically been transforming our country, creating opportunity for people, and making this country a better place and creating greater equity. It's a long road that we still have to travel, but we are on that road. Honourable members, I must say, I can't see any other party being able to do it. We are this party of ours. It's the difficult balance, striking that balance between economic growth, doing what's good for our economy and ensuring that we continue with our social programs, doing the difficult things that Minister Motsoaledi has to do, but advancing systematically as we go ahead and finding the balance between transformation, which is an imperative, and economic growth. No other party will be able to find the balance as successfully as the ANC has and the ANC will continue to do. Honourable Shafa, I think some of your points are well taken, but you corrected somebody for wrong figures. Just a correction on your figures. I just checked now. Japan did not have the dramatic increase that you're talking about. In fact, in February this year, we had 1,646 visitors from Japan. In February last year, there were 1,444. That is not a 200% increase. Just check those figures. But let me just say, we should not fall into the trap of blaming everything that happened in 2015 on the visas. Not true. Many of the countries that declined were visa-exempt countries, where the visa wasn't a factor. Ebola was the biggest single factor affecting the Chinese source market. Let's be honest about the situation. And right now, of course, we, the ANC, are prepared to forever correct our policies, amend our policies, because we are a responsible and responsive party. That's what we are. And that's what we did. The Honourable Nkita, thank you. Let me say, as you were speaking, you reminded me of one thing, and that is the African National Congress, the fundamental aims and objectives of the African National Congress. And our aim is to unite all the people of South Africa. No other party can do it, for the complete liberation from all forms of discrimination and oppression. We're doing it. It's not an easy task, but we're doing it slowly, systematically, and responsibly. So it's not an easy task, but that is our commitment. Amongst the MECs for tourism, we are united. Even Alan Windy from the Western Cape, we are one. The MECs, and we want to be one. So we're very pleased that we have unity amongst the MECs, irrespective of which party they come from. That is what the ANC is about, uniting people of South Africa. We sometimes fall in the trap of perhaps, getting a little bit excited when the political discourse happens, but we should never lose track of the fact that our fundamental aim is to unite all the people of South Africa. We must never forget that, comrades. Let me just say, I agree on the comments of domestic tourism, and I have to agree on the comments on KwaZulu-Natal from our dear friend from KwaZulu-Natal, from the IFP. Let's give him a big round of applause. You didn't do it when he spoke, man, really. He spoke so well and you didn't applaud. What's wrong with you? KwaZulu-Natal is a beautiful province. Actually, it has so much in one province. It has the coastline, it has the Big Five, it has culture and heritage tourism like few provinces can offer. So really, we just have to say there is one of the many gems in our country. And we need to do more, Honourable Makwe, we need to do more to exploit those potentials that we have throughout our country. And let me just end up by talking about the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. That is another shining example of community partnership really benefiting, that the declaration of that as a World Heritage Site and the many activities on the Isimangaliso Wetland Site have brought huge benefits to local communities. The Honourable Ntebe, well, let me just say, you rounded off nicely. I'm not even sure why I'm speaking. But when I see the young talent in the African National Congress, I know that I can quite easily retire from my job as Minister of Tourism. There are many waiting to take over from me. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 16, health.
Let me invite the Honourable Minister of Health, Honourable Mtswaledi.
Honorable House Chairperson, colleague, Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pasha, Cabinet colleagues, Chairperson of Select Committee for Social Services, Melin Dlamini, my colleagues, the MECs of Health present here today, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening. It's a great honor for me to present the 2016-17 budget for the National Department of Health for consideration and approval of this House. Honorable members, In December last year, we released the white paper on NHI, the National Health Insurance. 3 months prior to that, a high-level meeting of heads of states at the United Nations General Assembly had adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the world. They called it an agenda of unprecedented scope and significance. Goal number 3.8 says countries must introduce a system of universal health coverage within their health systems. I've heard many people, especially members of the opposition, wrongly referring to universal health coverage as universal health care. The two mean different things. Universal health coverage specifically means a health financing system where funds are pulled together to finance access to good, affordable health for all on equal basis, whereas universal health care simply means providing some form of health care to all citizens, but mostly on very, very unequal basis. And with those not on medical aids, not having any financial risk protection against healthcare expenditure. In South Africa today, the pooling of funds is done in the form of medical aids, but only for a selected few. To be precise, the system affords access to good quality but unaffordable health to only 16% of the population. Universal, as the word implies, means all. And by all, we mean all citizens, not just a selected few elite like me and you in this house. That is what NHI stands to abolish. Nobody must be left behind from that type of financial risk protection. That is what the Constitution in the Bill of Rights, Section 27, intended us to do. Now, in the National Development Plan, among other things that health must do by 2030, is the implementation of universal health coverage, or NHI. But the NDP says that South Africa must solve two problems in order to usher in the era of national health insurance. Firstly, it says South Africa must solve the problem of exorbitant costs of private health care. Last week in the National Assembly, I outlined this exorbitant cost which many South Africans have to endure whenever they seek private health care. And I pointed that it is impossible to sustain. At the health market inquiry being conducted by the former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo into the cost of private health care in South Africa, these exorbitant costs were alluded to by a body no less than the World Health Organization, as well as the OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development from Europe. Other South African health entities, as well as patients and some members of the medical profession, also alluded to this exorbitant cost. We are awaiting a final report and recommendation in December this year. The second problem, which the National Development Plan says we must solve, is the serious challenge of efficiency and quality in the public healthcare system. Because of these two problems, that means the exorbitant cost of private healthcare and challenges of quality and efficiency in public health, the second paragraph of the white paper on NHI deliberately states that NHI is a substantial policy shift that will necessitate a massive, and I repeat, a massive reorganization of the healthcare system, both public and private. As part of this massive reorganization, the public health system needs to be strengthened and be turned into an efficient machine. There are several programs already in motion in order to achieve this, Honorable Madam Chair. The main one is Operation Pakisa Ideal Clinic Realization Model, which seeks to turn primary health care clinics in our country into ideal status, which we'll be proud of. For a clinic to be ideal, it should not easily run out of drugs. There shouldn't be long queues. It should be very clean. There must be infection control and many other good things. This running out of drugs phenomenon known as drug stockouts is a serious challenge to us. We've been battling with this challenge for some time now. It is exacerbated by the fact that just 12 years ago, Madam Chair, in 2004, we had only 400,000 people on ARVs. Today, we've got 3.4 million people on ARVs, collecting them every day or every month in our health facilities. When you add the explosion of diabetes, high blood pressure, and other non-communicable diseases, you have got a serious congestion in our clinics, which overstretches our stocks. In order to solve this problem, we have implemented what we call an SVS, or stock visibility system, in our primary healthcare facilities. It is a mobile application that healthcare professional used to scan medicine barcodes and enter stock levels of ARVs, TB medication, and vaccine. This information is in real time and is available at any geographic location via the web. 6 of our provinces have got this SVS or stock visibility system covering 1,900 or 6% of our clinic. Honorable Chair, our plan is that all clinics in our country, that means 100%, will be on this system within the next 3 months. Another program that we need to ensure rational use of medicine. To this end, in November last year, we have got what we call standard treatment guidelines. We launched this program in November last year. It's a mobile application to disseminate guidelines, starting with primary health standard treatment guidelines. This application is freely available from all app stores and also works offline to assist health professionals in remote areas with poor or no conductivity. The application helps decision-making at the point of care. It helps nurses and doctors and other healthcare workers to calculate dosages, understand side effects, as well as indication and contraindication of particular medicine. It also has a function to report stock outs of essential medicine. What it means is that any doctor who prescribes any medicine, if it's out of stock, can just press a button and that information will reach us in Pretoria immediately. At long last, the doctor does not have to struggle with the management of the hospital, which in the past might not have responded. Honorable Chair, this application has already been downloaded 15,000 times in South Africa. What is exciting is this. It is a homegrown application developed by our own. Honorable Chair, there are people who are talking and I can hear them. I can't help it. And increase my time here, please.
My apology.
And
Honorable
increase my
Stock,
time here.
Honorable
They are
Stock.
disturbing me.
Honorable
They've
Stock.
taken 1 minute of my time.
Honorable Stock.
Because I can hear every word. Honorable Chair, this application has already been downloaded 15,000 times in South Africa. What is exciting is this. It is a homegrown application developed by our own Medical Research Council. It is not from Europe or America or China, as most of the time our innovations are from there. This one is our own. And I'm very proud to announce that the World Health Organization has taken interest in it and informing other countries, and we have learned that it has been downloaded 1,000 times by international users. What is also brilliant about the system is that it's not only in doctors who may use it, even you, as a patient and member of the public, can download and use it. It can give you details of any public health facility in the country, including phone numbers and physical addresses. It can actually even direct you to that facility because it's linked to your Google map. You can even inform us directly in Pretoria if you experience any side effects of any medicine you are on, and we'll solve it for you. If you go to any health facility and you experience a problem of unavailability of medicine, you can just press a button as a patient and the information will reach us in Pretoria immediately and will take corrective action. Honorable Chair, whenever you get into this system, we'll know who you are. In other words, we'll identify you. I'm just warning those who might be tempted to blame game source as using this, or more appropriately misusing this very important tool. Another program, Chair, is our intervention to deal with poor administration of patient records and data, as well as drastically to reduce patient waiting times. We have installed computers in 567 out of the 700 facilities that are in the NHI pilot projects, whereby we are putting a special application for a patient registration system. From April this year, we have started installing it in 1,400 facilities. The remaining facilities in the country will be completed in the 2018 financial year. What this system does, Honorable Chair, is that every patient who comes to our clinic or our facility, we can trace them within the system. We can tell you that this patient visited a particular clinic only yesterday, and we can tell you what medicine they got there, and we can tell you what amounts of medicine. This is important, Chair, because at the present moment in South Africa, patients move from clinic to clinic collecting medicine. Some of them collect it just to sell it on a commercial Yes, we know that. You can ask people in Limpopo. Around Musina, they know that there are lots and lots of people who come there to collect ARVs and go to sell them. Now, once this system is over, that will come to an end. Because we'll tell you that yesterday you have been to this clinic, you collected medicine, now what do you want here? Honorable Chairperson, the last program is what we call chronic medication distribution program. With this program, we register patients who are stable, who don't have to be seen by a nurse or a doctor. They don't have to come to the hospital or the clinic anymore. They can choose for us any place of their choice next to their home, preferably where they don't need to travel, where they just need to walk, to collect their medicine. We'll get the service provider to deliver the medicine there. We have already got 400,000 patients who are using this system. And they are picking their medicine in 1,000 pickup points, including adherent labs, occupational health side, general practitioners, and private pharmacists. We plan, Honorable Chair, that by the end of this financial year, we'll be having 800,000 people on this system. Let me finally thank my team of officials, ably led by the Director General, Pishas Matsoso, and a team of DDGs and senior officials for their hard work in effort to improve our healthcare system. I also wish to thank my colleagues, the MECs, particularly those who are here today to partake in this debate, because most of these programs I've mentioned, I've spoken about, have been discussed together in MINMEC, and we have agreed together to implement them, and I hope they will support us. Honorable Chair, may I request the House to support the adoption of this budget? I don't know whether you give me my minutes for the disturbance I endured, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I shall now call on the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, MECs from different provinces, our special delegates, honorable members, good afternoon. Honorable Chair, it is always a pleasure for me to debate Budget Vote 16 of Department of Health, simply because of the initiatives, some of the initiatives that the Minister was talking about, given the constraint that they have in terms of the budget allocation to the department. Honorable Chair, it is very important to note that the country is spending 8% of its GDP on health, on par with countries such as Australia. The difference is that this budget is skewed towards few individuals. Honorable Minister, I had given them 17%, but you are saying it's 16%. I do want to say that, honorable members, sometimes we need to be sober. When we talk about services that we get from the private sector as compared to the public sector, you must consider these issues. If 50% of budget is spent by the private sector servicing 16% of the population, and the public sector spending the same 50% of the budget on 84% of the population, definitely the services will not be the same. It will compromise services and also will compromise the quality of service that we provide. So when we try to criticize, we must bear that in mind, that the resources in terms of health are skewed towards the few individuals. That is what the department is trying to correct with the NHI. Though we spend so much on health as a country, the country still faced with what we called quadruple burden of diseases. These diseases includes the following: a huge burden of HIV and AIDS, TB as the biggest of them all, a burden of maternal and child mortality, an ever-exploding burden of non-communicable diseases, or diseases of lifestyle, which is threatening to get out of control globally, not only in South Africa, we must bear that in mind. Injury, violence, and trauma, especially on our roads. We must bear in mind that when these accidents are happening in roads, they don't only affect the Department of Roads, it also does affect the Department
of health. It's very difficult to budget for that because these are things that are happening in another sector, but at the end of the day, it does affect the Department of Health. We are pleading with our people that they must observe the road rules so that they are not going to save their lives only, but also to save the budget of our government so that we can spend this money on other issues. Honorable Chairperson, it is worth noting that South Africa had consistently improved against all the key health indicators. However, the speed that we have moved on, it was not fast enough to meet the Millennium Development Goals for life expectancy, child mortality, infant mortality, and maternal mortality, which are acknowledged in the National Development Plan. Chairperson, it will be also important to commend the work that is done by the department, given the constraint that I have indicated, but the amount of work that they are doing, it is commended, not only at national level, but also in all provinces. Honorable Chairperson, I do want to say that it was very much encouraging when I attended taking legislature to the people in Mpumalanga, the beautiful province where the sun rises. I was encouraged by the strategies that they are implementing when we visited the health sector. And I must say, Honorable Minister, there is a hope that the province is turning the corner. And I must also say that the universal health coverage that the Honorable Minister referred to, as South Africa, we are ahead with other countries. In responding to that call of the World Health Assembly and the United Nations, South Africa is on the verge of effecting significant and much needed changes to its health system and financing mechanism. These changes are based on the principles of ensuring the right to health for all, entrenching equality, social solidarity, and efficiency and effectiveness in the health system in order to realize universal health coverage. In South Africa, we are calling it the National Health Insurance. This is in line with the National Development Plan, which is in line with the policies of the governing party, the African National Congress, and in line with the Freedom Charter. In 2012, Honorable Minister announced the National Health Insurance Pilot District. To this end, I must say that in December 2015, the Department of Health published the much anticipated white paper on national health insurance for public comments. It's a very important step that the department has taken. It does give an indication that we are going to implement this important policy. As at 2015, as a country, we are far ahead. All the pilot districts had made a significant progress in the implementation of an NHI. For example, the release of white paper as indicated, establishment of Office of the Health Standard Compliance, public health facility audit, quality improvement, and certification, appointment of district clinical specialist support teams, municipal ward-based primary health care agents, integrated school-based primary health care services. And finally, the general practitioners contracting. These are some of the achievements that we have made so far in terms of the implementation of on the pilot district. Chairperson, I've indicated about Mpumalanga. Let me move to say we are very much happy with also the Operation Pakisa in terms of the ideal clinic. I'm not going to go much on that one because the minister has already spoke about it, but I must say that an ideal clinic is a clinic with good infrastructure, adequate staff, adequate medicines and supplies, good administrative processes, and adequate bulk supply that use applicable clinical policies, protocols, guidelines, as well as partner and stakeholder support to ensure the provision of quality health services to the community. These standards must also be implemented in primary health care because those are the facilities that are closer to the people. Primary health care facilities must be maintained to function optimally and remain in the condition that can be described as the ideal clinic. Integrated clinical services management will be a key focus within an ideal clinic. Honourable Minister, we will not stop talking about tertiary hospitals, especially in provinces that does not have those facilities. We are saying this because it was very much apparent when we met all the provinces talking about how they are performing, those who are not doing well in their provinces. It was very clear where MECs were saying, some of the challenges that we have are people coming from this province. Most of them were saying that it does indicate that even though those provinces who are receiving with the tertiary hospitals are not complaining, but it does put pressure on their services. We are saying when resources permit, let's consider that each and every province does have a tertiary hospital. With the rise of alcohol and drug abuse, Honourable Minister, also we will not stop talking about mental hospital, which is very much needed in all provinces. Resources permit, please consider that. The department received 38.6 billion for 2016-17, up from 35.8 billion in the previous financial year. This is an increase in nominal terms of 7.9%, but in reality, it is an increase of 1.2%. The two largest programs, namely Program 5, Hospitals, Tertiary Services and Human Resource Development, and Program 3, HIV and AIDS, TB, Maternal and Child Health, jointly constitute 92.3% of the total budget. Based on this, as the Select Committee on Social Services, we hereby welcome the budget allocated to the Department of Health for 2016-17 financial year. The committee will continue to oversee the activities of the department to ensure that funds are spent to deliver important services to the benefit of South Africans. We have agreed as a committee, Honourable Minister, that we will be visiting 3 provinces as part of our oversight. We'll be going to Mpumalanga. There had been an outcry about the Rob Ferreira. Also going to, we'll also be going to Limpopo and see how far they are doing after the lifting of administration. We'll be as well going to the Northern Cape. There is a hospital that has taken more than 11 years to be built. We'll be going there. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member Tamini. Honourable Tim Pambo.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson of the House. Honourable Minister Motsoaledi, today marks the World's Hypertension Day. And now that you mentioned hypertension, ndifuna ukuthi kubantu abagula lolu xinzelelo lwegazi mabenje nje ukuthatha amayeza abo bawombele lomgomo. Honourable Chairperson, according to the World Health Organization, better health is essential to human happiness and general well-being. Not only does a country's health system have the potential to increase the lifestyle standards of members in a society, but because healthy population have the benefit of living longer
and more productive lives. It can also contribute to the country's overall economic progression. Honorable Chairperson, Section 27 of the South African Constitution not only provides for the right to access to health care for all, but also compels the state to take reasonable and active measures to achieve the realization of this human right. Minister Motsoaledi, in order to fulfill this mandate and to reduce the wide inequality gap in our health system, the South African government proposed the National Health Insurance as a central component in the process of achieving universal access to good quality health care for all. To fulfill its initial goal, the NHI will require additional and better quality hospitals and clinics, medical doctors, and address the shortage of nurses and other health professionals and services, which the government is currently battling to make available at a rate that will be beneficial and cater to the needs of society. I also allude to the fact that 83% of our population is dependent on a large but mostly under-resourced public sector, while 17% of the population has the access to a high-quality private sector. However, Honorable Minister, the NHI, as proposed, does not meet the constitutional requirement as per Section 27.2 of the Constitution, which binds the states to take reasonable measure within available resources. The government continued to promise and provide short-term solutions by simply expropriating the available infrastructure and skills to lessen the public sector overload and lessen public outcry. However, we at the DA believe it is convinced that the only way to address the issue of access to health care for all is to bring in a long-term, smart and practical solutions that fit within the existing resource envelope. The DA therefore proposes some cardinal policy measures that would give every citizen of South Africa and legal resident access to health care. That would be achieved firstly with universal access that could be achieved if Minister dropped the means test, brought off budget medical aid credits on budget and defined on a universal subsidy for all. The medical aid credits are worth 15.9 billion presently. Secondly, Minister could set up a maternal and childcare fund to finance as conditional grants the expansion of maternal and pediatric services at all hospitals and clinics. This includes an extension of antenatal services and obstetric care to rural and underserved areas. The current form of the NHI proposed by the government compromises rather than enhance the access citizens have to healthcare in our country. Currently, Honorable Chairperson, South Africans living in rural areas suffer as a result of lack of ambulances and emergency services. A report published late last year by the South African Human Rights Commission highlighted the critical shortcomings in the delivery of emergency services in the Eastern Cape. For example, the former Transkei region of the province only has 28 ambulances assigned to 1.3 million people. This means that residents often have a limited chance of receiving an ambulance in time and in need. Hence, the death rate escalates. The poor performance in the Eastern Cape stands in sharp contrast with that in the DA-led Western Cape government, where the responses times for priority one call out is substantially higher. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa does not fully utilize the availability of its skilled health professional, where every 1,000 people the country has, less than one doctor available. We also have to consider the working conditions that the current doctors are forced to work in, attempting to provide care for an influx of people while being under-resourced. Not only harbors the environment, which is frustrating and stressful, but also lessens the incentive for doctors to stay in South Africa and share their skills. The issue of disposal and of medical waste is another cause for concern. The DA's visits to hospitals in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Free State revealed the flaws in the healthcare infection control system. A shortage of professionals, of staff trained in infection control has led to cleaners taking on the role of separating hazardous waste. This poses an incredibly high risk to health that we as the DA identify as needing immediate action in order to restore public confidence in the safety of our healthcare institutions. With South Africa burden of diseases, including HIV and AIDS, the maternal child mortality, sexually transmitted infection, non-communicable disease mainly, we are saying, Honorable Minister, the violence, injuries, and trauma that is a daily effect has contributed to this outrage. We as a country cannot afford to have such inefficiencies in our healthcare system. Poor authority, feasible accountability, marginalization of clinics and clinicians, and low staff morale are characteristics of South Africa's failing health system. We as the DA, we do understand that the prudent financial planning, health interventions, and proper restructuring of the system are needed in order to address specific needs which are unique to our country. The DA will continue to give effect to our constitution and fight for better quality health care, which is accessible to all. The right to life is enshrined into our constitution, and it will be unswerving in our fight to preserve this right. We will move with the funding from one province to another if the government can propose to that, because we inherit so many people from other provinces, but the funding remains the same. So if the government could propose some kind of an incentive to a clause to say when 1,220 people move from the Eastern Cape to here, they can also move with the funding. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkambo Shibukwana. I shall now call on the Honorable P. Untitled.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Deputy Minister, my colleagues, the MECs from other provinces, Chairperson of the Select Committee, Mahmoud Dlamini, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Honorable Chairperson, I'm deeply humbled to be part of this 2016-17 National Health Department Policy and Budget Vote debate to reflect on healthcare program successes and also welcome policy directives outlined by Minister Aaron Motsoaledi for this financial year. At the time when all political parties are pulling all political scores to try and discredit the commendable work of the African National Congress government, 22 years into our young democracy. This was just demonstrated a few minutes ago by the honorable member who I must request she must go back and study and get the correct facts about the ambulance situation in my province. She must not stick to the 2013 report. Ours is not about proving ourselves to any political organization that the ANC government has the ability to deliver or not. However, our vested interests are more about the impact our government's work in our people. Minister Motsoaledi, in tabling his budget vote speech in the past week, extensively alluded to this and displayed how the ANC government has improved access and delivery of quality healthcare to the needy. Under this government, we can say without any shadow of doubt that more and more South Africans are exercising their constitutional right for access to healthcare services, irrespective of their geographical location or socio-economic conditions. I am confident, Honorable Chairperson and members, that with the implementation of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, more is yet to come. Our people shall indeed experience a long and healthy life for all. Although we are reporting significant progress in provision and access to quality health care over the past 22 years, the quadruple burden of disease as a result of communicable and non-communicable diseases, however, still poses a serious threat to service delivery and thus requires us to augment our interventions in this respect. It is for this reason that I wish to welcome the proclamation made by the Minister Motsoaledi on the new World Health Organization guidelines on treatment of HIV and AIDS is concerned. This is another advanced step in increasing life expectancy, ensuring that the burden of disease is significantly reduced in South Africa and reduced mortality as a result of HIV and AIDS. Our province will ensure that come September rollout date, we are ready to test and treat all diagnosed patients. Madam Chairperson, our province is progressing very well in the fight against HIV and AIDS and TB. In that, through formal collaborations with the Eastern Cape AIDS Council and various non-governmental organizations, our department has managed to scale up interventions related to HIV, STIs, and TB programs through implementation of more focused awareness campaigns, destigmatization programs, which consequently led to improved TB and HIV outcomes. Even on this new mandate, we will continue to work with our donor partners and serve the health needs of our people. Honorable members, I would like to commend the Minister Motsoaledi's leadership on the tuberculosis-related issues. As a result of his guidance and leadership, our province has marked notable overachievements as far as treatment and management of TB, especially the treatment success rate. His contribution to this global cause was recently acknowledged by the international TB community when he received the USA TB International Award in recognition of his leadership in the global fight against TB. For the 2016-17 financial year, our department has allocated 1.7 billion to HIV and TB grant to drive the department's major HIV and TB campaigns, to implement programs and projects that will lessen the burden as a result of these ailments and ultimately fulfill objectives of the National Development Plan. Honorable members, the National Health Insurance is a transformation health policy which will ensure that the people of South Africa have equal access to universal healthcare services, and Minister Motsoaledi has released the NHI white paper in December, which unpacks NHI implementation in South Africa going forward. In the Eastern Cape, siyaqhuba nge-NHI, and we are not turning back. I'm proud of the implementation progress that we have made to date in the OR Tambo pilot district. Through NHI, we have introduced the Central Chronic Medication Distribution and Delivery Program, which ensures that patients get their medications closer to their homes, and significantly increased our infrastructure, including providing additional consulting rooms in 23 clinics, in line with the ideal clinic realization. To this effect, the province is now moving towards readiness for its own pilot district of Alfred Nzo, emulating best practices from the National Pilot District of OR Tambo, for which we have allocated an amount of 7 million. We have further allocated an amount of 1.4 billion for health facilities management, which includes replacement, maintenance, repairs, additions, and medical equipment. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC has displayed over the years that its policies are all about serving the needs and interests of South Africans. And this is evident in the manner in which government budgets, including health focus, more on service delivery-related expenditure over non-core essential programs. Our department has already highlighted its service delivery priorities for this financial year through the 2016-17 policy and budget speech, and I can safely say we are ready to serve our people and promote a better life for all. I welcome the National Health Department's 2016-17 budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mshodi. It's not a maiden speech, Honorable Chief Whip. You are not here last time.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, MEC, Honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, let me open my debate by quoting a sentence in the Freedom Charter under the clause, open quote, "There shall be houses, security and comfort for all," close quote, which states that the aged, the orphan, the disabled, and the sick shall be cared for by the state. When we cast our mind back just over 2 decades ago, the majority of the black population has limited or non-existent health care until the ANC government took over in 1994. Today, the South African healthcare system provides free and low-cost care to most of its population, especially the poor and the former oppressed South African. We review this performance, noting the achievement and government has made in fulfilling the aims of the Freedom Charter, which was and still is the will of the people in the achieving a better life. Primary health care is the cornerstone of preventing and managing all types of disease. This is done by developing and monitoring the implementation of legislation, policies, systems, and norms and standards for a uniform, well-functioning health system. This is what Program 4 seeks to address, Honorable Chairperson. Looking at the success the Department of Health has achieved in just over 2 decades since the Kering government took over, it is worth noting that increased life expectancy of population demonstrate that the number of HIV-related deaths and infect mortality rate have dropped over the past few years. South Africa is making health-wise with delivering antiretroviral medication to citizens living with HIV and AIDS. A higher number of women are participating in the government program for the prevention of mother-to-child transmission. By March 2015, the department has screened 500,000 mine workers and their families for TB in 6 districts. It also screened 150,000 prisoners in 242 correctional service facilities for TB, as well as screened the families of those who tested positive. The challenge still faced under this program, such as access to community-based primary health care facilities and the improvement of quality of services are still to be addressed by partly the current budget. The reduction of risk factors and improving management for non-communicable disease, the establishment of National Health Commission to address the social deterrent of health are some of the challenges we are still facing. Though South Africa is not a highly malaria-infected region as compared to our counterparts in North, such as Malawi, it is planned to be eliminated by 2018 so that there is 0 local cases of malaria. Program 5 seeks to develop policies, delivery models, and clinical protocol for hospital and emergency services. This will be done through alignment of academy medical centers with health workforce program, training of health provisionals, and to ensure the planning of health infrastructure meet the health needs of the country. The program also seeks to improve the quality of health infrastructure in the country. In September 2014, 2 new hospitals were opened, the Dr. Harry Sweetie Hospital in the Northern Cape and the Natal Spratt Hospital in Gauteng. The infrastructure program will see 43 hospitals and 243 clinics being built over the next 5 years. The ANC carrying government will increase the capacity of central hospitals to strengthen the local decision-making and accountability to facilitate semi-autonomy of the central hospital. It will also improve management of health facilities at all levels of care through the Health Leadership and Management Academy. In order to ensure low-cost but quality health care, the government of the people will regulate the sale of medicine and pharmaceutical suppliers, including food control, and trade in health products and health technology through health regulations and compliance management program. It will improve oversight and corporate government structures, policies and tools. The amount of 1.69 billion allocated to this program will ensure a number of entities and statutory council are monitored using dashboard for performance and compliance to legislative prescript. Honorable Chairperson, in the Free State at our NHI pilot site in Thabo Mofusanyana, the following have been successfully undertaken and we are about to roll them out of other health districts. The implementation of innovative models such as central chronic medication, dispensation and distribution to create easy access and adherence for patients on chronic medication. We have targeted 46 pickup points throughout Thabo Mofusanyana district, and to date 44, which is 96%, have been established. The contracting of private providers is ongoing at a slow pace due to the scarcity of health provisionals willing to serve in the rural areas such as Thabo Mofusanyana. This program has so far successfully contracted 28 general practitioners with a view to accelerating them in future. The ward-based primary healthcare outreach team were trained, provided with uniform, charms bags, and name badges for easy identification and allocated services area. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, the ANC government is aware that not all commitment is made when taking the recent in 1994 have been met. It was, however, make noticeable strides in meeting the basic of good quality healthcare system in the country. Despite all the challenges, these challenges include economic challenges to social pressure increased by the influx of foreign nationals in research of greener pasture in our country. The ANC support the budget vote. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mishodi. The Honorable Maseko. Honorable Matlangu, Gauteng MEC.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Medi Khale, the Chair of the NCOP in absentia, Minister Aaron Mutsaledi, Deputy Minister Pasha, my colleagues, MECs who are present here this evening, honorable members of this august house, comrades and friends. I don't know why the EFF is not here. I would have wanted really to speak after them to hear what they would have said, but
I'm sure wherever they are looking at you now. They're listening.
No, I wanted them to be in the house. It's nice. It's nice when they're in the house. Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, it's humbling to be back in the NCOP and to engage in such an important policy issues relating to our health services, which many and thousands of our people rely solely in the public sector. And we stand here to commit to our government that as a province will continue to work with the National Department of Health led by Dr. Motsoaledi and Deputy Minister Pasha to make sure that the objective set to implement the NHI, the province is involved head to toe. In that regard, the national cost standards that have just been done, we've noted the progress as well in areas where there's been regression, and we've put plans in place to deal with those issues. For instance, Charlotte McGregor would have moved from 81 to 76%. We are developing an implementation plan to make sure that indeed the services improve in this hospital. George Mukare as well has attained an overall rating of 65%. In this regard, our Chief Directorate responsible for continuous improvement, developing continuous improvement plan for hospital that is assessed. And I think what is really of humbling is that Steve Biko Academic Hospital continues to be a beacon of hope in all our central hospitals in the country, and that is located in Gauteng, not in the Western Cape. And I will also note the performance of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, and we can assure the Minister and the House at large and the Deputy Minister that we will spend no effort to try and make sure that Chris Hani Baragwanath also joins the rank of Steve Biko, and we're using Steve Biko as an example and as a model for all our hospitals to perform in the province, and Dr. Kinoshi is leading a team of our managers in dealing with these issues. Our tertiary hospital, again, we've noted the performance at Kalafong has improved from a rating of 68% to a performance of 81%, and I think it's highly commendable. For a hospital as fragmented as Kalafong is, it was really built for black people, and it's difficult to manage this hospital. We commend the management and the department for doing everything possible for the hospital to improve. We note the performance of Helen Joseph at 70% and Tembisa at 68%. And I want to assure members of this house that when we meet next year, things will definitely be different. We also note the performance of Mamelodi Hospital. You might have read about it from time to time in newspapers, Rahima Musa, as well as the other hospitals and Tambo Memorial, that the performance of Mamelodi has moved to 73%. And again, the concerns about Mamelodi, that the hospitals, all our hospitals are overloaded with patients. And of course, over time, and I think fatigue has set in our management. And as I said, we'll do everything possible to make sure that these hospitals improve in terms of their performance, become where Steve Biko is. And also the performance of our regional hospitals also is very noted. We also welcome, I think as part of strengthening management, the application that the minister has introduced in supporting our hospitals, so that management at any given point in time, we can be able to know at the center what is happening. Have they done the right things? Have they been able to work the hospital as we expect them to do? One of the important things that the Premier continues to force us to do is that we must do a long-term planning. In this regard, we've developed what we call the service transformation plan in the province for the city region as a whole, that is focusing on the overall needs of the health sector, looking at the clinic sizes, as well as the number of consulting rooms, the ambulances that are available at any given point in time, and what is their status, community healthcare centers, and all levels of care in terms of the hospitals, the number of doctors and nurses and other allied professionals, the population growth, as well as the disease profile. It is on this basis that of this STP plan that we have started improving our health facilities. We're upgrading community healthcare centers in all the districts in the province, and I think it will be pleasing to note that Lenasia South, it was a community healthcare center, as well as Discover Us. Now they are being upgraded to district hospitals. Both of them will be branded bedded hospitals before the end of this financial year. This will go a long way to improve the services to the people that we serve. Furthermore, we're building new district hospitals in the following areas. That is in Davidson, Lilian Ngoyi, which is just at the doorstep of Chris Hani Baragwanath, a Hillbrow District Hospital, and which will also get a major refurbishment. We're working together with the Heritage Council to improve, to refurbish the Hillbrow Hospital. We'll also start working and planning, we're starting to plan
And construction will start very soon towards building the Kempton Park Hospital. Again, it will relieve a huge pressure from the Tembisa hospitals. We're also building a lot of clinics in Cosmo City, Finetown, Lehigh, Bramfisher, Shawelo, and Zola, North Geser, and the east of Johannesburg. In Tshwane, there are about 5 or 6 clinics that we're building afresh because simply clinics are now too small and the nurses are not able to deliver the services. As part of strengthening the primary healthcare service, we are employing additional new 25 Cuban doctors who are going to start any minute from now. Who are currently waiting for their arrival. They are going to be a major boost to the delivery of healthcare services in the primary healthcare that we have in our communities, and we intend to employ more. This will enable us to have patients to give patients confidence that when they go to the clinic, they'll be seen by the doctor who is specializing in dealing with primary healthcare services, but also ensure that the work done by the community health workers in the community, it is supported by these Cuban doctors, and we can only be grateful and be truly grateful to the Cuban government that they continue to send their highly skilled professionals to come to our country. We're also buying additional ambulances, and I'm surprising that one person is speaking on behalf of the other province, like the DA colleague was attempting to do here. We're buying additional ambulances in this new current financial year at about 150 of them. This, and again, is to improve our response time in making sure that patients are collected on time. We're also launching an interesting thing, Minister. You'll be invited to the launch, what you call Uber kind of technology, where patients are going, families are going to know where the ambulance is, which streets are they taking, who is a paramedic in the ambulance. And again, this is part of our modernization and the work that we do. We believe that by doing so, it's all about ensuring that patients and families are served and are served diligently by this African National Congress government. The other aspect I'd like to talk to is the modernization of our healthcare services. There's literature after literature from all over the world that demonstrate how ICT can help us to transform the way we deliver services. That will end out in order to enable doctors as well as patients to be served in a much more diligent way. One of the instruments we've developed now, an application that has been deployed in the Steve Biko cluster, is called Bed Management System that is linked to the ambulance control center. Where a patient is picked up by an ambulance, the family will know which bed is available in which hospital at any given point in time. And again, as I said, with the Uber link, we'll be able to trace those. Because currently, all of these things are manual. The patient archiving system, again, is going to save us costs from these big films that we're currently producing, but also the central hospitals and the tertiary and regional patients do not have to be moved left and right and center. That is also being implemented across our hospitals. I've spoken about the ambulances, and we've got something called identification verification system, which will enable us to link up, to trace a patient, whether you've got medical aid genuinely, or also whether you are linked to the SASSA grant or not. And I think lastly, on the modernization, we're working with Vodacom, part of the National Department of Health Support, in making sure that we roll out the application that monitors the stock in our facilities so that nobody leaves the clinic without being given medication. And lastly, I'd like to talk about the strengthening of the primary health care. I know I've got 49 seconds. The strengthening of the primary healthcare is very important, that of ensuring that we are extending hours in all our facilities, particularly the bigger clinics. With those that are small, we are renovating those in a massive way, and municipalities, those who've got the decent budgets, are also coming to the party. So we've built and refurbished a number of facilities in the province, and we're also looking at increasing the number of nurses. Of pleasing is the feedback we're getting from our community healthcare workers. Recently, I met a community healthcare worker in Kaya Sand with a family that have got triplets, and they've got nobody in the household is working. And the community healthcare worker was able to bring the person to us. Now they are linked to the government services. And we continue to say the work that they do is very important and going forward. Thank you very much, Chair. I think my time has gone up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was going to tell you, Honorable MEC, thank you. Honorable members, the Chief Whip is inviting the members for a health walk, meaning that you're going to have, yes, it's what she told me, a health break. You're going to have a 10 minutes break, and tea is served in the old assembly. As Long that we've been sitting, honorable members. After 10 minutes, please come back, all of you. The bells will ring, honorable members, after 10 minutes.
deserteng ba ba raha matlapa mo fatshe.
Thank you very much. Take your seat, honorable members. I just want to check if ever Honorable Voda came back from the House, because he is not here. Oh, okay. All right. I shall now call on the Honorable M. Maseko, the Western Cape Chairperson for Human Settlement.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Chair, Minister Ntate Motsoaledi, honorable members, let me just say all protocols observed. Before I start with my debate, I just want to say that, honorable members, this debate is important because we are dealing with a life. And immediately if you have a patient, when it gets into the hospital, it's either is going to be cured or it's going to die. So I tend to think Minister, as he came here, he wants to hear if there is some blind spots where he has to maybe can talk to his budget to can attend to those. It's not the issue of the political bickering to can say that whether you are DA or you are ANC. It's an issue of life or death for the communities of South Africa. In 2015, Premier of the Western Cape, Helen Zille, committed the Western Cape government to realizing 5 strategic goals, among which was strategic goal number 3 that committed the Western Cape government to increasing wellness, safety, and tackling social ills such as healthcare. As outlined in the Provincial Strategic Plan 2014 to 2019, the Department of Health is committed to promoting wellness by addressing the individual and broader social determinants of health by promoting healthy families, healthy communities, and healthy workforce. On March 18 this year, Minister Noma French Mbombo delivered the provincial budget for health, and there she stated that in the 2016-2017 financial year, the Western Cape Department of Health was allocated 19.983 billion to provide quality healthcare to the approximately 4.8 million people who do not have access to private health insurance. This is exactly what the Department of Health in the province has been doing, providing quality healthcare, especially for the most vulnerable in our communities of Western Cape. So where do we stand on healthcare services? The Western Cape today in the province recently released a statement where she outlined the Western Cape strategy to deliver quality healthcare services to the people of Western Cape. I would like to welcome that the minister called a realigned community-based services, as this reiterates the department's commitment to delivering the quality healthcare services that the people of the Western Cape have been accustomed to. In order to provide quality services, public health care must be appropriately resourced. We note that the Western Cape Government Health Rural Districts have shifted their focus of services rendered at community level to align with the Department of Health wellness initiatives. The move will see community health workers play a bigger role in the future, as they will now form part of the home and community-based care services. This means that instead of conducting regular home visits, they will now conduct door-to-door visits, during which they will educate members of the family on various health topics. The minister also revealed that during their door-to-door visits, the CHWs will educate members of the public on preventative services on a range of issues such as TB, diarrhea, diabetes, even refer people to the nearest primary health facility for further management. Several community health workers have been appointed and have received the necessary training in the different rural districts in Western Cape. For instance, Overberg District, we have 249 that have been trained, Cape Winelands District, Eden District, West Coast District, and Central Karoo District. They are just some of the important roles that will be played by the CHWs, and we have to applaud this initiative, as it will ensure that early detection of what will be serious, more people across the province are able to access quality health care. With increased funding, the role played by all healthcare workers in the province, we don't have a good story to tell. It's an exceptional one. The role of the CHW will definitely assist the department with the TB and HIV program in the Western Cape. The National Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, mentioned the 4.2 billion grant from the Global Fund that will be utilized for the HIV and TB responses. We are pleased to know that the incidence of TB has continued to decrease in the Western Cape, and in the scourge of AIDS is not just a dream. Important to realizing this is the mother-to-child HIV transmission program, which has resulted in a significant drop in the mother-to-child HIV transmission rate over the years. Currently, the Western Cape has the lowest mother-to-child transmission rate in the country. The department is committed to ensuring that everything necessary will be done to get to zero. On a national scale, AIDS deaths in South Africa have declined from 320,000 in 2010 to 140,000 in 2014. We also welcome the national government's commitment to producing 1,000 PhDs in the field of HIV and AIDS research and a total of 40 million to the initiative. The ECD policy and its implementation is one of government's most important policy intervention over the next 20 years in relation to the enhancement of the overall well-being and development of South Africa's children. It is for that reason that we applaud the Department of Health and Department of Social Development in the Western Cape for developing and implementing the first 1,000 days program, as research has shown that the first 1,000 days of child's life are critical for their development. Together with the Department of Social Development, the Department of Health ensures that children receive the correct bundle of services at the right stage of their development. And those essential package of services will be nutritional education, immunization support, positive and nurturing parenting by mothers and fathers, stimulating play and early learning from birth in the home community and in early childhood education centers. Critical to the delivery of healthcare is the availability of well-trained staff, and last week we celebrated Nurses Day under the theme, Nurses, a Force for Change, Improving Health Systems Resilience. We paid tribute to their commitment and dedication shown by nurses in the Western Cape and elsewhere towards the realization of a health system which deliver quality care to all patients. The department aims to award 195 bursaries to nurses in 2016-2017, as well as 50 bursaries to medicine students. However, Deputy Chair, the recruitment of qualified and skilled professionals poses a challenge. This is due to the scarcity of skills in specialist areas. Furthermore, we commend the department's initiative of partnering with the institutions of higher learning in the Western Cape, the Stellenbosch University, UCT, University of Western Cape, and the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Among the agreements with these institutions, they will increase the number of students admitted at their institutions, more so those from qualifying previously disadvantaged background, while Stellenbosch University has committed to reopening their undergraduate nursing program, which will go a long way to strengthen nursing in the province. Without the dedicated men and women in the Department of Health Services points, we will be unable to meet the needs of the Western Cape's people, and we therefore salute all of our staff members and thank them for their commitment to providing quality health care in the province. Infrastructure upgrades are another critical part in the department's task. As such, the department continues to expand and upgrade healthcare facilities. Deputy Chair, allow me to take a moment and take you back to what the department has achieved over the last financial year. In the 2015-16 financial year, we completed the following infrastructure: the CDC Symphony Way, the CDC Nomzamo in Strand, the dental suite in Worcester, to mention the few, the parapsychiatric unit, and considerable progress have been made, and the department is confident that targets will be met. In conclusion, it is important that as a country we get to a point where we recognize that delivering quality health services is not just the responsibility of the Department of Health alone. Realize that the department has to function along other sectors within the government. And I would like to quote Dihan, and I quote, "It is the responsibility of the services that improve the environment and those that make it possible for individuals or groups to improve their ability to earn or attain sufficient incomes to improve their lifestyle in order to support a healthy living environment that sustains and meets people's basic needs to attain and maintain health. In essence, health practitioners can only administer medicine but cannot ensure that an individual has had a meal before doing so. The same health practitioner cannot ensure that the patient has a roof over their heads. It is essential for all stakeholders to play an active role to ensure the well-being of our people. After all, a healthy nation, they say, is a wealthy nation. Deputy Chair, allow me to thank all the members of the department in their different capacities and acknowledge the important role that each of them play in delivering quality healthcare services to all in the Western Cape and the country as
Your
large.
time has expired, Honorable
Okay,
MEC.
furthermore, I also thank the front line for their role. And I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, MEC. MEC for Health, KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable SM Dlomo.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister of Health, my colleague MEC, the Chairperson of Select Committee, Mayor Dlamini, all the honorable members of this House. Again, let me thank the Minister for actually giving us guidance on how to intensify efforts aimed at improving the lives of our citizens. As a province, we always take heed of what the Minister says when he focuses that we are actually facing the quadruple burden of disease, which is HIV, AIDS, and TB, high maternal and child mortality, alarming increasing incidence of non-communicable disease, and also lastly, violence and trauma. And he called this in his last budget speech, the 4 highways along which South Africans are marching to their graves. We are thus conscious of our responsibility that if South Africa is to achieve a goal of a country that is free of tuberculosis, HIV, and stigma surrounding the disease, our province, KwaZulu-Natal, has to lead such changes because we have a huge burden of such a quadruple burden of disease. We are, however, very conscious and continue to be focused on a long and healthy life for all citizens in the country. We must actually indicate, Honorable Chair, that we are actually have turned the corner in the province, and the evidence to that is that our people are progressively getting healthier and are now living longer. Just recently, we celebrated the 1 million patients on ARTs in the province, that of the 3.4 South Africans on treatment of ARVs, the whole 1 million is in one province, KwaZulu-Natal. Thanks to our NIMAT nurses, nurse-initiated management of ART, that currently in the province we have about 1.5 of those who are trained, and some 150 of those are already mentors, mentoring others. They are joining a team of 155 doctors who are trained on the HIV and AIDS diploma. So a conscious decision was made, and we thank the Minister for that, that we cannot leave such a pandemic to be actually dealt with by doctors only, because it is actually a pandemic that needs many more hands. We are happy to announce, Honorable Minister and the House, that we have actually traversed the whole province, visiting all 11 districts, thanking the nurses for their outstanding work that they have actually done in actually making such a breakthrough. And Honorable Minister, we have not invited you, but you will be, we are extending an invitation to you that on the International AIDS Conference, there's a slot that we have as a province where we will actually be launching this book, documenting all the work that has been done to date over the past few years by the NIMAT nurses. We also can report that all these efforts have resulted in increasing initiation sites from 89 in 2008 to 632 by March last year. And to date, we can report that 75% of our patients on ARVs are managed at the primary healthcare levels, and that is where only nurses are found. Therefore, as a province, we can also indicate that we do not have any waiting list for any patients eligible for treatment, and the Treatment Action Campaign has actually given us that commendation, and we thank them for this. Among other things that have actually given us success stories in the province is the pivotal role played by the Provincial Council on AIDS, chaired by Honorable Premier, which serves as an added impetus in our fight against the disease. We also have the newly adopted Provider Initiative Counseling and Testing approach, which saw a total of 1,133 nurses being trained. We have expanded health services to high transmission areas such as taxi ranks,
truck stops, universities, correctional services, farms and factories, among other places. We continue focusing on the program called Hlola Manje Zivikele, encouraging people to come much earlier to do testing of all types of ailments. We also have had media mobilization campaigns calling all our citizens to test for HIV at least once a year. First things first and Graduate Alive campaigns are the campaigns that we take to most of our institutions of higher learning, where we actually encourage students to come in and graduate still healthy and alive. We have a concerted effort run by our community caregivers through Operation Sumasake, where they make sure that all our pregnant women should and will attend a clinic for antenatal care. Every child is immunized, and every patient on treatment should and will receive ongoing support on treatment. Our biggest surprise and also to us was when we took the services to the taxi ranks. And this was actually motivated by noticing that taxi people were actually coming into our clinics too late when they actually were closed in the afternoon, and in the morning they leave much earlier. And this has actually been very welcomed by the taxi industry. We were very pleased when the initiative got applauded by South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, requesting to host a taxi industry colloquium in KwaZulu-Natal as part of the build-up events towards the 2015 World AIDS Day last year. To date, we have 630,000 men and boys who have been circumcised since the King made a call in 2010. We haven't had any death related to the circumcisions, except for just one serious adverse event where there was a near amputation, and our doctors are currently attending to that in the province. A success story on prevention of mother-to-child transmission shows that when in 2010 we had a transmission of 9.5%, to date we have 1.2% transmission, and that indicates that very soon we'll be able to get children born even if mothers are HIV positive, but will come out HIV negative. And we actually want to say, but this is a very big, difficult battle, as also pronounced by the minister in his speech, and I quote, he says, when it comes to the area of social behavioral interventions, it is an uphill battle, especially in the age group of 15 to 24 years old, especially among girls and young women, close quote. KwaZulu-Natal wishes to state that it fully embraces this initiative launched by the minister, that the minister will be launching next month, among other things, decreasing the infections amongst girls and young women, decreasing teenage pregnancy, and decreasing sexual and gender-based violence, and increasing economic opportunities thereof. Among the things that we did last year in December in the province, KwaZulu-Natal, we went to Zululand district and launched a campaign that we call Adolescent and Youth-Friendly Services. And this is actually targeting to get young people to come into the clinics at a particular time. And we have already launched what we call part of that a happy hour, meaning that all other people who are sick and unwell must come to our clinics. But by 3 o'clock, the clinics are now going to be dedicated to young people coming in from schools, and then they can come together, get advices, and talk about issues that worry young people. This is likely to improve youth dialogues and focusing on their challenges. We also have a program that is focusing on young people, the dual protection campaign, where we are saying to young men, please go circumcise, thereafter come and use a condom. The combination is going to guarantee you no HIV infection, no sexually transmitted infection, and not making anybody pregnant if you don't wish to. The same we do to the girls, and we give them contraceptive programs together with condoms. We have just had another campaign focusing on the use of these illegal abortion stickers that are all over the province. And we are very happy to announce that there's been some arrests that have been made in Oku district, and we thank the cooperation of the SAPS and the National Prosecuting Authority that have actually helped us in this regard. Taking the heat from the minister, we want to indicate that we have 7 hospitals where we have established human milk bank. That is the milk that is assisting sick babies whose mothers are not able to give, and those are the following: Grace Hospital, King Edward Hospital, Stenger Hospital, Itindale, Newcastle, Long Follows War Memorial, and Poshepston Hospital. This is actually of great assistance to us. We also have moved into getting this program that the minister talked about, that already 450 clinics are already implementing the stock visibility system known as SVS, and we intend to increase that to 112 more clinics. This is very helpful because indeed it actually checks our stock levels to prevent a stock out and put in place a contingency plan how this will be done. We are happy to announce that to date we have 423 facilities where that are mainly on the NHI sites, where we have this central chronic medication dispensing and distribution programs. Now, 193,000 patients have benefited from this, and these patients do not have to come to our clinics. While they think that we are helping them, we are extremely excited because to us, it is helping us to reduce the long queues in our clinics and hospitals. And we don't want to say, in closing, we could have actually said a lot about the infrastructure. Safe to mention that we are building one facility that will be finished over 4 years, the Dr. Prixley Kaisa Semi-Hospital, a regional hospital, that will cost 2.8 billion, and that will be built over 4 years. But what actually we are excited about that this year, not because we are campaigning, we are going to be opening very good clinics, very good hospitals. Pomeroy in the middle of nowhere, Singa, the deep rural from Singa. We will also be opening another hospital in Jozini in the middle of nowhere.
Thank
and
you.
we want to support the minister's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Chairperson of Social Development from Pumalanga, Honorable Ngobeni. She's out. Oh, I did not get a notice that she left. Let me call the Honorable M. Masike, Northwest MEC.
Honorable Chair of the House, Medikhale, the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, my colleagues and members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In our era, in our moment, and now before every man in every town, city and small dorpy, South Africans can attest to a national effort for accelerated service delivery of quality healthcare services. This reality, honorable members, can easily be tracked down to 1994. 17 years of ANC rule. We must not forget that the first 5 years, there was a government of national unity. You remember that there was a deputy president de Klerk. So we are 17 years in power. The Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, has presented a telling story of the national health budget, vote, and policy speech. In many instances, just as I have demonstrated in the Northwest Province, and policy speech, ours has been a coordinated national effort to broaden access to decent and quality healthcare services. We have demonstrated health as a fundamental human right. Driven by this core principle of our Constitution, the Department of Health will continue to take part in building a solid base for all human rights to prevail, and as such, a base starts with access to healthcare. We do it in a coordinated fashion so that, because we believe our people deserve better, wherever they are, including the Western Cape, because we coordinate right at the top. This year, our people are making the 61 years anniversary celebrations of the Freedom Charter, and this manifesto of our people remains to be the guiding torch of the struggle of our people into the future. It is the basis for which we are building a human rights and responsibility-driven society. By so doing, we want our communities and society at large to understand that health is not just the responsibility of the Department of Health, but a societal issue. We have indeed made tremendous achievements in building a true South Africa envisaging the Freedom Charter. Nevertheless, much more still needs to be done to realize the objectives of this shared dream. It is the primary responsibility of the state to provide preventative and curative healthcare services. It is equally the responsibility of the citizens to live a healthy lifestyle. It is the responsibility of our communities and individuals to take some responsibility for their health and reduce risky behavior. The department has a healthy lifestyle program which we are committed to strengthen, but we need communities to also take the lead in this regard. We continue to prevent disease, And if you can't prevent, we have to diagnose and treat and continue to control so that it does not spread. Obesity is of serious concern to us. In South Africa, 30 to 40% of both sexes, especially females, are most affected. We therefore support the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi's contemplated regulation of sugar content of drinks and commercial foods. There's also a need to regulate salt content of foods, which is a contributing factor to hypertension, as it is Hypertension Day today. Through the provision of quality health services to the people of our province, we are indeed accelerating the objectives of the second phase of our transition for socio-economic transformation of our country. We need a strong intersectoral team and collaboration to achieve. We are confident to report to this August House that indeed a health system that works for everyone and produces positive outcomes is not far out of reach. We are confident that we will achieve a health system that can contribute to the raising of life expectancy of the citizens of our country to at least 70 years. We are confident that through effective health system, we'll be able to produce a free HIV/AIDS generation of under 20 years. We can significantly reduce the burden of disease and achieve an infant mortality rate of less than 25 deaths per 1,000 live births. Honorable Chair, this is the vision enshrined in our National Development Plan. We are therefore making a special call to all the people of our province and South Africa in general to share with us this vision in our pursuit to build a new nation. And one of our outstanding authors of our time, Ido Koyonikan, says, and I quote, "Your pride for your country should not come after your country becomes great. Your country becomes great because of your pride in it," close quote. No other government can attest to the massive health infrastructure projects which we have seen reach every corner of our land under this ANC government. I'm just going to outline just a few of some of the projects that we are busy with. And as you may realize, the facilities are more focused into what we in the Northwest call VTSD, villages, townships, and small dorpies. We have projects going on, for instance, the Bophelong Hospital staff accommodation, the Velte Frieden Clinic, which is a replacement of the old clinic, Buitikong Community Health Center, Makaunyane Clinic, the new General de la Rey Hospital, upgrade of Galaxban Hospital, the Brad's Hospital staff accommodation, Makwasi Hills Community Health Center, the JST as well. There are projects that are still ongoing, the de la Rey bulk pharmacy, replacement of boilers at Mahikeng and Clarkstop, the replacement of the old Madikwa Clinic, the new Ventersdorp bulk pharmacy, the upgrade of Veteran Hospital, the upgrade of Excelsior Nursing College, the replacement of boilers at Clarkstop Hospital, as well as the refurbishment of Makazenzile and Steve Stewart clinics. I can go on and on and on. We are Honorable Chair. We are also in the new financial year officially opening the Joe Morolong Hospital, the King CHC, and Matibe CHC, and the new Bophelong Psychiatric Hospital. So we can go on and on. TB remains the #1 cause of mortality in South Africa. However, we are turning the tide against TB in the Northwest Province. The number of deaths due to TB declined by more than 20% between 2009 and 2011. And the proportion of deaths due to TB declined by 10% over the same period. Our gains in this regard points to a multifaceted, community-based approach. Initiatives like what we call our Battling TB research project, which is aimed at identifying patients with chronic disease early to reduce death and complications from TB, HIV, and hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. This points to a great success when government and the community join hands to tackle social challenges. We are registering satisfactory progress in combating HIV and AIDS. Empirical evidence highlights several gains made by this democratic government of the ANC towards improving the health status of all South Africans during the period 2009 to 2014. The overall life expectancy has increased 59.6 years in 2013, and I believe we are on track to achieving a target of 63 years set out in the 2014-19 MTSF. And the HIV prevalence has stabilized with a decrease from 30.2 in 2011, 29.7% in 2012, and 28.2% in 2013. The department is also implementing the 1990 strategy to reduce the burden of disease, testing 90% of the population, initiating 90% of eligible clients on ART, 90% retained on treatment, and 90% of viral load suppression achieved for clients on ART. And for TB programs, screening 90% of the population, testing 90% of TB suspects, initiating 90% on treatment, and successfully treating 90% of all TB cases. More of our pregnant mothers have registered on the Mom Connect program, which assists us to manage pregnancy and deliver healthy babies. 37,440 mothers registered against a target of 43,281, which is about 86.6%. This program is part of our broader plan of stopping maternal and infant mortality. And primary healthcare engineering remains the vehicle through which we are taking healthcare service delivery back to basics. We established ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams with the objective to reach 70% outreach household registration visit coverage as planned in our annual performance plan. The Ideal Clinic project continues to gain momentum, and this project is important to us. It is part of implementing Operation Pakisa, which was launched by the President Zuma on the 20th of June 2014 with our minister. It is also part of our contribution to the rebranding, reposition, and renewal program in our province. In 2015-16, we identified 40 clinics for readiness preparation as ideal clinics, and about 102 clinics have been assessed and put on ideal clinic program as part of our plan to roll out the program of the entire province. As we speak, 60% of them qualify to be called ideal clinics. We now have, as we speak, a benchmarking exercise by Zimbabwe in the Northwest.
Your time has expired, Ms.
We want to welcome the Budget Vote 16 Health Appropriation Bill, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Honorable Hatting. Honorable Hatting.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I first want to congratulate my former colleague from the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Honorable Masiki here. He is indeed a very, very brave man. I know him like that. To come here and actually be proud of the achievements of his department in the Northwest Province. I mean, there we have the Bob Long Psychiatric Hospital. I mean, it's been standing there for 2 years empty. He promised us time and time again it will be taken into, it will be opened and they will start using it. There's no furniture in it. And they are involved in court cases once again. And then there's the Vryburg Naledi Hospital scandal. There's a Maribeng scandal. The reality is it's 17 years, the Honourable MEC states, but it's much more. It's much longer. The Northwest government, and unfortunately my colleague here, former colleague, is actually involved in it. They blame Public Works blame them for the non-delivery of essential hospitals and equipment. But you remain brave to come and stand up here and try and be proud of it. Honourable Chair, we believe, the DA believe that a caring government must ensure that accessible, affordable, high-quality healthcare is available to every South African.
Honourable Member,
I take autographs and questions outside.
Please take your seat. Honourable Sfako, Nkalemi Papa.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The order that I'm raising is that Honourable Member maybe is forgetting that I'm from Madibeng. The hospital in Madibeng is the state of the art and is functional, is working.
Honourable
the point
Sefako,
of order is misleading the House.
Honourable Sefako, that is a point of debate. Continue, Honourable Hatting.
The Honourable Member is ill-informed or has got a very, very short memory. But there's medicine for that. I'm sure Dr. Masiki will assist. Now, the Honourable Minister alluded to on the one end of the scale.
Honourable Hatting.
My neighbour again.
Honourable Mtetwa.
I'm rising on a point of order because it's my neighbour
What is the point of order, sir?
Can you take my question, please?
Oh, that is not a point of order.
The honourable member indicated in the past that he's not trainable. He cannot understand our rules. Sorry, Chair. I have to apologise on behalf of my neighbour. Anyhow.
He's not ready to take your question, sir.
An
But
adequate
that was not a
supply
point
of doctors, nurses and healthcare practitioners is critical in a primary healthcare-based system such as ours. Now, South Africa has approximately 200,000 registered nurses, and it's simply not sufficient in numbers. Same applies to our doctors, who are in short supply. We've got about 55 per 100,000 compared to Brazil's 185 per 100,000. Now, since 1996, and it's not 17 years, it's 20 years ago, Honourable Masiki, the government increasingly started to turn to Cuba for support, including the training of doctors. At a stage, it appeared that there was a Cuban obsession in healthcare. In 2001, an oversight visit to the Jubilee Hospital at Hammanskraal revealed, amongst others, and Jubilee Hospital is still in distress 20 years later, 15 years later after 2001, a long list of critical and non-attended issues such as dysfunctional boilers, no working refrigeration equipment in the mortuary, no hot water in the maternity section, not a single incubator was in a working condition. Now, the Northwest government's response to this was to import a number of Cuban technicians to repair the incubators. They could have repaired it around the corner or got the supply in.
Sorry, Honourable Hatton.
It took a lot of money and more than 3 months to repair this.
Please take your seat, sir.
Is it the usual culprit again?
Honourable Hatton, can you please take your seat? Honourable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can the speaker take my question?
Let's check with the speaker.
Yes.
Are you ready to take Honourable Wana's question?
Outside, like I said last time, please remember that forever. The department's response to accelerate the training of doctors in Cuba should be analysed.
Honourable Hatton, please take your seat. Honourable Matashuping. The member is not, please know that the member is not ready to take a question.
I'm not with the member.
All right.
Chairperson, Honorable Isaac cannot utter the word that he uttered now. He says, he said, Murdem Chris. Now, it's unparliamentary. We must maintain the decorum of the House. This man.
Please, Honourable Isaac, don't stand up. And please refrain from uttering those type of words. Continue, Honourable Hatton.
Let's try again. A recent study indicated that the average cost to train a South African student to become a doctor in Cuba runs at approximately 875,000 rand per student.
Another hand.
Per year, excluding...
Honourable Hatton, my apology. Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's not for him. He is repeating it in Zulu now. With Balimaze. He's saying the same thing, but in Zulu now.
Balimaze. Honourable Hatton, please continue with the debate.
Like I said, about 875,000 rand per year per student, excluding hidden cost, excluding the additional 2 years in South Africa University where they have to go to get a proper qualification and registration, and a period of internship. This cost can easily exceed 5 million per student over the term, and it takes a Cuban South African student about 8 years to 9 years to complete the studies. Now, it costs average cost to train a South African doctor at a South African university, according to UCT study, is approximately 1.3 million. Now, the Cuban agreement, with all indications that it will expand over the next 5 years, eventually adding about 1,000 undergraduates annually into our under-resourced local medical campuses from 2018 onwards, is simply not sustainable, not affordable. For the past years, the annual output of Cuban-trained South Africans in their final years at local medical schools came to about 100 of the 1,300 fully trained locally. Now, our problem, Honourable Chair, Minister, is that South Africa has not increased its capacity to produce doctors since 1976. Limpopo is now the first new medical school that will come into being. But even if we just want to maintain our current 55 doctors per 100,000, we need to double our medical schools in the next 15 years, just to keep that 55 low rate. It cannot be done. So I'm running out of time because of the assistance I got from some colleagues. The reality is that charity starts at home. We cannot sustain unlimited funding of our students in Cuba. We have to start investing and building our own capacity. We have to home grow our own doctors here, and we need to put a decline in our submission to the Cuban students. Cuba sits with 25 institutions.
Your time
producing
has expired, Honorable Hattin.
11,000 doctors per year, mainly for export. We have to start doing our own thing in our country. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for assisting me to control your row colleagues.
Thank you very much. Honorable Isaac, please refrain from saying those type of words. Please, I'm not requesting you to say anything. I'm just asking you not to repeat those words again. But honorable members, please, let's try and not do continuous point of orders because it's disturbing the person who will be on the debate. You're withdrawing. All right.
It's no skin off my face, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank
Mutla
you.
Shuping and Katie.
Let me call the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable J. Patla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Dr. Aaron Mutwaledi, Honorable MECs, Chairperson of our Select Committee, Honorable Dlamini, and the members of the committee, Honorable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, good evening. It is an honor indeed again to be here in the NCOP in support of our budget vote. Honorable Chair, our country remains challenged by quadruple burden of disease, one of which, as some members have alluded, is the challenge of violence and accidents and injuries. Last week was the UN Global Road Safety Week, and it is therefore an indictment on us that in the past few weeks we have witnessed one of the bloodiest periods on our roads, where dozens and dozens of our people perished, either through crashes of taxis and buses or ordinary motor vehicles. And it's a reminder that indeed we need to double our effort in terms of reducing the carnage on our roads. And as a health department, we'll work tirelessly with the Department of Transport to make sure that we can reduce this carnage in line with the decisions of the United Nations. And from our side, we'll contribute in terms of making sure that the blood alcohol results can be available much quicker, and we have already taken steps through increasing our capacities in terms of the chemistry laboratories to turn around these results, because there is no doubt that many of these are related to consumption of alcohol. Honorable members, on the 25th of September 2015, as the Minister also alluded, the General Assembly adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. And as a country and as a department, we fully pledge our support for this and commit ourselves that indeed we'll do all we can to make sure that all the 17 goals will be achieved, but more specifically in terms of Goal 3, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for everybody at all ages. In as far as in the area of communicable disease, the pledge is to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases, and we have all the intentions to achieve all this. Unhealthy diet remains one of the major challenges in this regard, as mentioned earlier on by my colleague, MEC Masike, contributing to obesity. And in this regard, in the last financial year, we adopted a 5-year strategy for the prevention of obesity.
And it is within this regard that we welcome the intervention of the Minister of Finance in terms of introducing the sugar tax, as many colleagues here would be aware of that. We are looking forward to the implementation of that tax and hope that it will go a long way in terms of reducing the consumption of especially fizzy drinks. Just to remind members that if you just one can of this fizzy drinks is enough for your sugar requirement for the whole day. So if you take one can, don't take any more sugar, not even in the tea, because that, in terms of your body requirements, that's adequate for the entire day. Honorable members, we continue to do a lot of work in terms of screening for these non-communicable diseases, including hypertension and diabetes. And we're also encouraged by the fact that not only our adults, but also young people are coming forward to test. And to make sure that we can be more efficient, we have made sure also that we combine this together with our other major campaigns in terms of the screening for HIV and AIDS. So we're making sure that this become one-stop services. Another area which Honorable Chair of the committee touched on, which is the area of mental health, we are conscious of the fact that although a lot has been done in this regard, a lot more still need to be done. So we will be increasing our resources in as far as detecting and managing and preventing mental diseases, also in line with the World Health Organization, which have recognized that depression and anxiety are a major contributor to mental ill health, and we need to do all we can to prevent this. In the area of in line with our Criminal Procedure Act and our Health Act itself, our department has a specific responsibility in relation to offenders in our correctional services who are either confirmed or suspected of mental illness. But we do recognize that we still have limited capacity, which result in a situation where there are a number of many detainees. In the last assessment, more than 921 detainees were awaiting observation because of the scarce capacity within our institutions. Also, as far as in this area, in the area of also state patients who also need to be taken away from the correctional services into our medical facilities. There is a lot of shortage of beds, and early in this year, in March, we had a seminar where we assessed all this with our colleagues in the justice sector, Justice Department, Police and Correctional Services, and we came with various strategies through which we will be able to address this challenge. The other area in terms of non-communicable disease being the question of cancer. A lot has been done over the last 3 years. We appointed a ministerial advisory committee which has been advising us in this area, and they've come with a number of new interventions, specifically in the area of breast cancer and cervical cancer as far as women are concerned, and prostate cancer for men. And there are a number of initiatives which they've proposed which will be able to take us forward, which will help us to reduce the burden of cancers. The area of malaria, I think one of our honorable members, Honorable Mushodi, did touch on that. We're also proud to say that a lot of progress has been made in as far as our commitment towards elimination of malaria. We have reduced the incidence of malaria by 57%, and we have reduced deaths by over 74%. And a lot of progress has been made, but we'll continue to redouble our efforts in making sure that we can reach our target together with our neighboring countries like Mozambique and Swaziland. We have recently signed a declaration which will make sure that we'll collaborate. In the area of nursing, I just want to assure members that we are on course in terms of revamping our nursing education and training. The national policy for nursing education is underway, and the policy seeks to make sure that we can provide a framework for standardization of training, address issues of curriculum, and ensure also that the right people are also recruited in this regard. I heard Honorable Hatting talking about criticizing our Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro program in terms of training medical students. I want to say that the honorable member is indeed misleading the House in terms of the kind of figures which he was throwing around. This is a very successful program which will indeed revolutionize our ability to provide doctors, as already Honorable MEC for Gauteng mentioned, our recruitment of specialists, but also in the area of training our young people. It's a pity that his province, the province of the Western Cape, is an outcast in this regard. And I want to conclude by thanking all the other 8 MECs who are working with us in making sure that indeed by the year 2018 we'll be able to bring in more than 800 young final year students to come and complete their medical education here in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Member Kaola.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs, colleagues, the programs and policy outline of the Department of Health are good on paper, but suffer implementation inability. This is due to a commitment that does not transcend from the national office to all levels of the department. Whilst I am not able to go to as far as referring to devils in white, I do, however, want to say that the elephant in the room, or first elephant in the room, is the provincial administrations. Some provinces have thus far failed to implement the policies as per expectation. This is even reflected in the audit outcomes of the provinces. 5 provincial departments have still failed to achieve unqualified opinions. The department is planning to re-engineer primary health care by increasing the number of ward-based outreach teams. The unfortunate part is that even the ones that you think are there are not always functional. The department plans to expand school health services. The unfortunate part is that the existing school health services are very seasonal and session-based. The lively activity that happens is sometimes based upon who would be coming to inspect what at what time. Whilst the ideals of NHI are commendable for improving provision of healthcare services across the board, the provision of infrastructure is a setback. The country's inability to attract and retain skilled personnel, especially to the rural areas, is another setback. Honorable Minister, I do concede that on these issues, some provinces are really trying the best they can. Therefore, this cannot be a question of zifa ngamvuyinye. Those that are performing well, the IFP says keep it up. And to those who are a setback, we say pull up your socks for the sake of the country. The IFP further welcomes the plans of the department to introduce to Parliament the long-awaited Traditional Health Practitioners Bill. Abelaphi bendabuko babe neqhaza elikhulu emphakathini yase-Afrika ngaphambi kokuba kufike izindlela zesimanje zokwelapha zasentshonalanga. Yebo, bakhona labo abathize abangcolisa abanukubeze lezi ndlela ngenxa yemikhuba emibi. Kepha labo angeze babizwa ngabelaphi bendabuko, ngabakhunkuli nje abadinga ukuvezwa obala. Abelaphi bendabuko basiza abantu ngezigulo zabo kuphela, futhi kunezindlela zesintu ezelapha izifo okungelula ukuzelapha ngendlela yasentshonalanga. Therefore, there is some good that can be deducted from the traditional healing methods, just as well as there is some good that has come with the Western healing methods. Surely, each can learn from the other. Whilst the maternal mortality ratio has gone down a bit, but it still remains at proportionally high levels to accept. The same goes for the neonatal mortality rate, which, though stabilized, but remains at unacceptable levels. Of course, the ideal situation would be for the country to achieve 0 levels of both. South Africa remains the leading country with the highest number of people living with HIV in the world. This is partly due to the disastrous approach of the late 90s to the mid-2000s that the country had towards this disease. It is pleasing that the minister came with a new approach to at least arrest new infections. The new developing lifestyle of the so-called blessers poses a new threat to this achievement. If drastic steps are not taken against this trend, the country will deviate back to where we were some 10 years ago. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I do want to commend my MEC from KwaZulu-Natal, who is always here whenever there are issues on health that are debated in this House. Siyathokoza Dinang.
Siyathokoza, Honorable Kaula. The Honorable Member, L. Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honorable Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister, the MECs from various provinces, special delegates to this session, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the address that he has delivered. It was quite inspiring and insightful. And I want to assure you, Minister, that it has ignited hope in the hearts of progress-loving South Africans. Maybe before I go on with my input, let me just address a couple of issues. I wanted to address myself to Honorable Mpambo Sibokwana, but unfortunately, she has left the House, as to say, this business of actually always juxtaposing the country as a whole with the Western Cape, insofar as progress that is made is concerned, is grossly unfair. You are responsible for only the Western Cape, but you are comparing that with a mammoth task that the ANC is doing in terms of changing the quality of life of the people of South Africa in 8 provinces. And I want to say that 1 out of 9 really is not a good mark. You cannot compare it to 8 over 9. So you cannot be proud of that. And in any case, the budget that you are using, you are getting it from the national government, led by the African National Congress. And again, the second issue that I wanted to raise with her is the issue of lecturing us on the Constitution, the provisions, the prescripts of the Constitution. Remember, the ANC are the architects of the Constitution, and you've got a full understanding of what it demands and what it says. So thank you for the lecture. It was highly unnecessary.
Honorable Hutton, please don't drown the speaker.
And then the other issue that I wanted to raise with Honorable Hutton is that, Honorable Member, it's not going to assist South Africans to come here at the podium and cite the scandals that are there. People of this country don't benefit anything from that. You need to tell the people what you are going to do for them, using the budget that you are given by the by the ANC-led government, not the scandals. They don't help anybody. They don't improve the state of health. You don't listen, that's your problem. I do. And then the other issue is the fact that you are saying that the ANC is not doing anything much in terms of improving or attending to the infrastructure. But the new medical school that you yourself spoke about is an attempt by the ANC to ensure that we increase the number of doctors that we produce for them to be able to go and attend to the people's health. I want to also acknowledge the input made by all the MECs, but my MEC, Dinango from KZN, as to say that we are really very proud of the progress that the Department of Health is making. I heard Kapisa say that the provincial administrations are failing the programs, but I want to say that in KZN there are hospitals that are very good. One such example that I may cite, Port Shepstone Hospital. I took my sister there, she has got a heart problem. We thought she was going to be referred to Albert Lutuli. They attended to her because the Department of Health has made sure that they've supplied the technology that is required to attend to such issues. King Edward is one of the very good hospitals. Inkosi Albert Lithuli, Medicine Hospital, all these hospitals are very good. They've been upgraded, and even as you enter, you can actually see the running, the cleanliness, the reception. A lot of good is actually happening. In fact, the landscape of the health systems in the Republic of South Africa has changed drastically, and we really want to appreciate that. Besiyema clinic singabatholo dokotela. Bekungenzeka ukuthi uma uye clinic ordinarily in the rural area ufica udokotela, but now because of the leadership that you're offering, Honorable Minister of Health, sometimes you go and you find that a doctor is there to attend to certain specific issues. That is progress, because it used never to happen before. So the primary health care system is actually improving drastically. Maybe some of us honorable members do not know that the Department of Health is actually implementing the world's biggest HIV and AIDS treatment program. Not Africa's biggest, the world's biggest, which was launched in 2010. And as a result of that campaign, we ended up as a country having tested 18 million South Africans on HIV and AIDS over a period of only 18 months. That is a good story to tell. Today, as we speak, about 10 million people go for testing because of this campaign. It has gained momentum, and it has awakened a need in the minds of the people to go and test, to the extent that even here in Parliament, Honorable Minister, you've actually brought some campaigns where you've called upon members of Parliament to go and test. Last year I was there, up there, your vehicles were up there, where you called upon the members of Parliament to go and test if they do not have TB. I was frightened to go there because I was not sure if I have it or not, but it assisted me because at least it cleared me. Why? Because we've got a passion for the Department of Health. If there is a minister that has got passion, it is you. And we also welcome your announcement, Honorable Minister, where you said this year in June, the Department of Health is going to launch a 3-year campaign focusing on girls and young women between the ages of 15 and 24, and men who are infecting them and impregnating them. This campaign will have the following objectives, or it will have an objective of decreasing infections in young girls and women. It will decrease teenage pregnancy. It will decrease sexual and gender-based violence. It will assist with keeping girls in school until at least they get matric. It will increase economic opportunities for young women and try to win them away from sugar daddies or the blessers, as they are now called. And we also welcome the fact that the department has actually, from this year, employed or appointed an ombudsperson whose function it will be to ensure that the complaints by different patients in different health institutions are worked, are dealt with, and are resolved. So that is a progress that we really do welcome. And as I draw to the conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I want to say that we also welcome the attempts of the department with regard to school health. Those nurses that go to school to check on the little ones, whether they've got sight problems or whether they've got hearing problems or whether there's mental retardation problems, are very useful because teachers are not trained in health. And they can then be able to separate and see and devise methods and means of handling learners according to the findings of those health nurses. Oral hygiene also is another critical issue. Abanye bethu abanamazinyo njengoba
umbuso wabandlululo awuzange usinike lo opportunity yokuthi health ingene isondele nasey'koleni iy'ngane y'fundiswe zisezincane ukuzinakekela nokunakekela amazinyo nokunakekela nje isimo sonke somzimba. Those programs are very useful because igotshwa iseva ngesizulu. And in conclusion, I want to say, we really appreciate the rollout of these teams that go to communities, the health caregivers, to go and assist, to go and ensure that people take their treatment timelessly, to go and ensure that those that are on TB treatments take their treatment so as to prevent this issue of diseases that develop to the stage where the drugs are no longer effective. That program was not there. It is there now that the African National Congress is leading and the African National Congress-led government is in charge.
Honorable Member, your time has expired, ma'am.
Okay.
I think
Thank you, Chair. The Select Committee supports the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. All right. Honorable Zwane, we cannot call them the blessers. They are the destroyers. Honorable Minister, over to you. Yeah. They are not blessing our kids. They are destroying them.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me deal with two issues only. First of all, let me take off where the Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Joe Pasha left off, because he ran out of time on this issue of Cuba. And Honorable Haiting, when you quote figures, please make sure that you are accurate. Yes. Well, firstly, you quoted that we are spending students to Cuba at 175,000 per student, and you say that's exorbitant. These students who we send to Cuba, in terms of what's happening in the country, the admission criteria, they wouldn't have admitted them here because they all come from previously disadvantaged communities, except, of course, in the Western Cape. Now, when we put them in South African universities, this is what happened. And we started it at VETS in 2011 to accept those students who they would not ordinarily have accepted, and we pay for them. It cost us 200,000 per student. The first group which we sent to VETS under that scheme from previously disadvantaged communities, there were 40, we had to pay 8 million for them. So it's still more expensive than sending students to Cuba. But Cuba has got an additional advantage of numbers. But you are talking because of your ideology, the ideology of just hating Cuba. But let me also correct, the last medical school in South Africa was not 1976, by the way, it was 1985. All your numbers are, are wrong. I don't know why. It was 1985. Now, your ideology of hating Cuba is because of your lack of understanding. Cuba is practicing primary health care. We are practicing a curative medicine. That is why they are the first country in the world last year in November, where the World Organization announced that they are the first country in the world to bring an end to mother-to-child transmission. The mistake is ours here, whereby when they come back here, we use them wrongly in our hospital. They are primary health care specialists, and you can ask Honorable Dlomo. In Mzinyati district in KZN, that's the one with the lowest maternal mortality, because Cuban doctors have been deployed there in primary health care, and they lowered maternal mortality. And the reason that we'll keep on sending students to Cuba is because under NHI, our healthcare system is going to be primary health care. If you think we are the only ones, this matter was discussed at the World Economic Forum in Davos, that world care systems are becoming very expensive unless we run to primary health care. So even European countries, for your information, and mark this words and write them down, are going to rush to Cuba to copy that method because everybody wants it. Is the most effective way of providing health care. The last issue I want to quote, Honorable, yes, Mbambosh Bugwan, unfortunately, I don't know whether she's still in the house. I heard this story last week. It keeps on being repeated. The fantasy of DA, that they can come with an alternative to NHI. And as I'm listening, I don't know whether this is deliberate or it's lack of understanding. Yeah, to confuse the budget with the gross domestic product. The NHI, because she says no, the Constitution says within available resources. It says we must do this section 27 within available resources. If you listen to her, her available resources is the budget. That's not how universal health coverage is envisaged, even by the United Nations. It's not based on the budget, it's based on the GDP, the gross domestic product, not on the budget. We want to share the gross domestic product. At the moment, the gross domestic product of South Africa is 4 trillion rand. Yes, at the moment, and 8.5% of the gross domestic product is spent on health. That's why they say we're at the same level with Brazil. But the difference is that in that 8.5%, 5% is spent only on 16% of the population, and the remaining 3.5% on 84% of the population under NHI. This is what you want to change. So what you are hiding is that, no. Use the budget only for the rest of the population, will hide this gross domestic product away. It's about sharing, because your members are on the stock exchange. We want to share what is not on the stock exchange, not the budget. The budget is only 153 billion for health, and the total budget of the country is 1.4 trillion. But the GDP is 4 trillion. That's the one we want to share, and that's what NHI is going to do. So you need to understand that very thoroughly. And lastly, let me tell you what you are hiding. Because most of us, including yourself, who have got medical schemes here, let me tell you what you are hiding.
Order, Honorable.
Let me tell you what you are hiding under that.
Honorable Minister.
20 billion rand.
Honorable Minister. Mr. Isaac is on his feet. What is the problem, Honorable Isaac?
On a point of order, Honorable Chairperson, I'm under attack here just for standing.
Honorable
I don't know,
Minister,
what is
please take your
excitement?
seat.
Through
Take
you,
your
Honorable
seat.
Chairperson. Yeah, Minister said you need to relax a little. Honorable Chairperson, I want to check with you if you can ask the Honorable Minister if you would take a question from me, please.
Okay, but that is not an attack.
No,
You
I was
you
under
said
attack from the floor.
you're under attack.
Well, you saw that, Honorable Chair, but be that as it may, please, through you, Honorable Chair,
Okay, Honorable
may I
Minister,
ask if the Honorable
let me
Minister
check.
will take a
Let
question?
me check with the Honorable
Thank you.
Minister. Honorable Minister, do you have time?
Why should I take a question? I'm already teaching him.
He is not
must sit and
ready.
listen.
He wants you to sit and listen to
Why
him.
should I?
He is
I'm
not
already
ready.
teaching you. Sit
Honorable
and listen.
Isaac,
What
please
question are you going
take
to
your
ask?
seat. Honorable,
I'm already
Honorable
teaching
Minister,
you.
please. Honorable Isaac, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Isaac. Please. Take your seat, Honorable Isaac. The minister is not ready for your question. He's,
No. It's not that I'm
Honorable
not ready.
Isaac,
He'll
please
waste
take your
my
seat.
time from educating him.
Take your seat, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac, Honorable Isaac, please take your seat. I know you're neighbor to the EFF members, but they are not here. Please take your seat.
In conclusion.
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, in conclusion, Chairperson, let me tell you what the DA is hiding, which I don't want to tell you. The subsidy, just for 3 medical aids, ours, PAMED, which also covers them, and GEMS and POLMED, is 20 billion rand. It comes from the fiscus, from the very same budget which they say must share the poor. Secondly, the tax incentives, tax returns from 8 million people who are on medical aid, 16% of the population, is 16 billion rand, which the masses are not responsible, don't have any share to. The last amount of figure I want to quote, in terms of insurance law, every insurance company must have 25% in reserves. And that's for long-term insurance. Unfortunately, medical aids are also covered by that law. Instead of leaving 25%, they've got 33% in reserve. Do you know how much that is? 43 billion rand. Yes, that was at the end of December. It's invested all over. But many members of medical aid scheme were told that their benefits are finished. But 43 billion rand is lying there carried by all medical aids.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
And NHI wants to bring that to an end.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for the free lectures. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and the Deputy Minister for forming part of our debate. I think we need to request the Honorable Chief Whip, if ever it can be practical, that we have a conference, and in that conference we invite the Minister to come and at least lecture us on these issues of health. Honorable members, thank you very much for your time. Others did not tolerate this time up to thus far, they left, but you, honorable members, managed to sit up until we are done. So that concludes the debate and the business of the day. The honorable members, you are requested to remain standing up until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.